Oh, there you are. Thank God you came. Staking on the church ground is a bit unnerving if you know. Are you alright? You look like you just came back from the dead. Ah, well, kinda. I'm fine. Thank you for coming. Now, to continue our conversation from yesterday. Whoa, slow down. Who do you think you're convincing? You look about as fine as a fucking corpse. If you're not feeling well, we can always do this some other time. Hold on. Yeah, I'm good. And whoa, what happened to your hand? Wait, what? What happened to my hand? It's a minor injury. Seriously, what happened to my hand? I know it was burning earlier, but what happened? Nothing of any significance. Seriously, who you think you're convincing, man? I could get around just fine with without a few fingers. Oh, right. Yukimasa broke our fingers. Or the swordsman. I don't know his actual name. Maybe Yukimasa is just his reincarnated name. You gotta take yourself into consideration too. You can only run a few raw determinations for so long. And imagine how it makes me feel for a second. You asking to talk and showing up looking like that. If you want to get anything done, you gotta take care of yourself first. Heading back to your room, head on back to your room and rest. Let's do this some other day, Kay. When you're feeling, we don't have time. I don't have that kind of time. Noon tomorrow is my deadline. I have to take care of everything before then. I know damn well what condition I'm in. But it doesn't change what I need to do. If I don't, I can't save Morgana. I can't get Jizo back. That makes it all the more important you get your rest. And when do you suggest I do that exactly? Honestly, I don't get why you're such a damn tizzy. Get a hold of yourself, man. I'm plenty calm. It sure don't look like it. You're already pushing yourself up to the edge. I don't want to be responsible giving you that last nudge. So quit bickering with me and get your ass back and get some rest. You don't understand the gravity of the situation. None of you do. You don't grasp how great of an effect stopping what happens tomorrow will have. I have to keep moving, even if it means crawling through the dirt. If I don't, not only will I fail to make things better, Morgana's almost certainty got even worse fate in store for all of you, so long as her curse lives on. I'm the only one here who knows what awaits. So that makes you what? A prophet or something then? No, not exactly, no. But in terms of this time period, that would be the most apt description. Do you not believe me? Well, you know, is asking a lot. That's fine, you don't have to. But at the very least, I want you to believe that I genuinely believe something terrible is going to happen tomorrow if I don't do something. That I think I don't have time to waste. All I need you to do is tell me what you know. Could you do that for me? Assuming you actually are a prophet or whatever, why don't you just, get the hell out of town? No, can't do that. Say, fuck it, it's too much, and then vanish into the night. No, we can do it. No one's gonna blame you if you do. Hell, is anyone even gonna notice you did anything if you do succeed? I'm not doing this for attention or praise. I cannot sit idly by knowing what I know. Seeing what has happened and what will, knowing what Morgana went through, what she felt. I can't abandon her, not anymore. I can't let my knowledge go to waste. While it is true that the mansion will continue to be warped in darkness so long as Morgana's curse remain in effect, and nothing can be put to rest until I do something about that. That's not my sole motivation anymore. I sincerely want to help Morgana. Giselle, is this what you meant when you told me you wanted me to save her? You seem like the kind of fellow who always fretting about something or other. You don't know how to take it easy, do you? In a situation like this, no. Though I guess in a way that's kinda why you can't fight so hard, huh? Alright, you win, I'll talk. Anything I want to know, I'll tell you. Thank you very much. But you sit your butt down first. Okay. Morgana said that? She did. She described her 3 years there as one of the brightest periods of her life. Who'd have thought? Damn, that's kinda really great to hear. Did she ever tell you herself how she felt? She never really made much of an attempt to be part of the group. Was like she had these colossal walls around her. I can see that. Yeah, so I always kind of felt like I never knew if I would stick my nose in too far, or not, She appreciated what you and the other women did for her. After the raid 4 years ago, she ended up in the hands of a slave trader. As she was being transported, she said this, with tears in her eyes. I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to the people very dear to me. Well, damn. So is that, absolutely 100% exactly what she said? You're not just pulling it out of your ass, are you? Those were her exact words, yes, as hard as it may be to believe. Nah, I believe you. I'm just surprised, that's all. I mean, just, wow, yeah. If I'd known that was how she felt, maybe I could have been a little friendlier with her. You weren't friendly with her. Not especially. I mean, that's not to say I was cold or anything. It's just that all the girls kept a bit of distance from her. Not because we didn't like her, but because that's what it looked like she wanted, some distance. None of us were really cut out for the caretaker gig. As much as we've loved to be some kind of mother figure for her. We didn't have it in us. Who was the closest to her? He's dead. He? Alright, it was the slave. Huh? What is it about slave? There was a young man, a slave who participated in the revolt at the, what the hell is going on? There was a young man, a slave who participated in the revolt at the Lord's Manor, who saved Morgana's life. Ah yeah, that's the guy. He was the closest to any of us. He is the closest of any of us to her. Or at least, he gave her the most attention. And he's 6 feet under. That's unfortunate. What can you do? People come and go, that's just the way of things. I thought that maybe if he were still alive, that would improve our chances of saving Morgana. Improve our chances? There's only one way about it. We smash the Lord fucking skull in and take his key. That's not an option. Doing that will not alleviate her hatred. Would you be willing to accompany us when we go into the observation tower? Me? Why? I want you to be there to say something to her. I'll say whatever you want me to say once you've gotten her out of the tower. Don't you think being able to hear the voice of someone she cares for when she's finally set free would do more to pull her out of the darkness than anything else? That's all the more reason it can't be me. Why not? Like I've been saying, I was never that tight with her. I've kept my distance. I can't do anything, not with the reasons you've given for why she's so full of hatred. I have no other options though. You know, actually, while I doubt this would do much in the way of getting rid of her grudge, there is something I suppose to give her but never got a chance. I was supposed to give her but never got a chance. Oh? There's nothing special, there's a rinky-dink little necklace. But if you get the chance, would you mind giving it to her? If anyone, that should come from you. It's not from me. It was supposed to be from the slave. He got it for her as a birthday present, but that was the day the brothel got raided. So yeah, that's the story. Make sure she gets it, would you? Okay, I will. Thanks, man. Well, now that's out of the way, I should split. Best of. There you are! Oh. You weren't in your room, I was worried sick. What are you two doing here? You're going to talk to the Lord tonight, right? So, there's a chance you might be able to set the Saints free. No way I'm not going to miss that. That's why you're here. That, and to say goodbye. I want for them to make a preparation as soon as the girls release. Reparation, not preparation. Do you feel the same way on Nelly? If Mel tells me he wants to, then I won't stop him. But he was threatened, so if it's possible, I don't think there's any need for him to rush to be punished. I don't want to lose my brother. Surely there are other ways he can atone. That's reasonable. I do feel guilty about what he was put through though. It's not your fault what he did. Anyways, I'm really anxious about tonight. But I'm sure it will all turn out fine. Hopefully. You'll make it work, won't you, dearest Michelle? I'll do my best. Oh, come on, you gotta act confident. Take care of my Mel for me, too. He's very fragile, so handle him with care. Like a big old box of china. Is he really that fragile? As for me, if he looks like he's gonna do anything he shouldn't, you should stop him for me. I wish I could be there to do it myself, but well, he insists only the people directly involved should be there, and I want to respect that. I was never going to allow anyone to get hurt anyways. That's good, thank you. He and the Lord may have caused the girl a great deal of pain, but I still don't want anyone to get hurt. Some people deserve it. I say let him have it. Now, Maria, don't be like that. You're the weird one, little Miss Perfect. Go around letting everyone off the hook for everything, and the whole damn world's gonna come falling down around you. He did what he did for me, though. And the Lord, he's only in it for his own profit. Much as he says, its benefits as much as he says it benefits the city, it still comes back around to his own pockets. The Lord is not a bad man, though. Yeah, heard it 1,000 times. No one's a bad person in your eyes, I know. No, we can't. Can we please try to keep things civil? Yeah, sorry, bad habit, I know. I talk a lot of Rod, but I don't really mean half of it. I do think he's much better than the old Lord, though. Hold on a second. What did you say? He's better than the old... When did the current Lord take his place? 4 years ago? What? What? There was an old Lord. What? Oh god. Oh no. Morgana was 9 years old when she was at the Lord's Manor. 7 years ago. Maria, were you ever at the Lord's Manor at any time 7 years ago? Nah, I was never hired by anyone there. Then when? She didn't have any interaction with the Lord 7 years ago. Now it all makes sense. How did I not consider this possibility sooner? I know what kind of man he is, and I know the people he had around him. Maria, is the slave actually dead? Wait, so... You better have a damn good reason for this. Oh, there he is. I came because you said you had something important to discuss. Now, care to tell me how the hell this white-haired man is and what he's doing here? You neglect to mention we be having company. I'm the one who asked him to arrange this meeting with you. And who the hell would you be? He's an angel. A prophet. Or a prophet. What? Did you both finally snap under the pressure? I'll leave it for you to decide what you think I am. I will say, though, that I know everything. I know you got a girl imprisoned in the observation tower, and I know you're taking her blood and calling it medicine, passing it around out at church. Which one of you squealed? No one told him anything, he just knew. He knows everything, including my deepest desires and what happens in my next life. He's probably peering into your soul this very moment. You completely lost it, I see. Well, how you got your information doesn't matter. All I need to know is this. What are you hoping to gain from it? Wealth? My downfall? What? Morgana's freedom. I want you to give me your key. And then I want you to tell me your story. I've come here from the future, from a world after Morgana's death. Her soul courses with hatred for the three of you, and she plays a curse of eternal suffering on your souls. Has everyone at this damn table gone mad? Did you seriously think I would believe that nonsense? Don't interrupt me. My objective is not so much to rescue Morgana's physical body from the tower, but to save her soul from an eternity of loathing. I can't achieve that on my own, however, because I am not from this time. I have no direct interaction with her or anyone else here until just recently. In order to make her have a change of heart, I need to gather the truth from the people who are from this time. And I suspect that you hold the last piece of the puzzle. The biggest piece. That you have far deeper connections with Morgana than anyone else here. No, I'm not. No, I'm all but certain of it now. Your perspective is crucial for accomplishing my goal. Tell me your whole story, please. How you ended up capturing and imprisoning Morgana. What you taught and felt along the way. Your truth will get through to her, I know it. That will be the turning point of all of this. Her curse will be no more. And you will all return to the paths you were meant to walk. Everyone will have their salvation. Someone throw this madman out. I won't do it. Neither will I. Damn worthless curs. Huh? I'll call the guards then. Who do you think I am exactly? I'm the lord of this land. Under ordinary circumstances, I never so much as denied to speak with you, lowly peasants. Now get out of my sight. I'll take it as an act of aggression and you will find yourself without a head. In this room right now, you're not a lord, you're a lone man. Until you hand over your key, we're not letting you leave. And you'll find there aren't any guards for you to call on. You're alone on this estate. Your preoccupation with staying out of sight played right into our hands. Accept your defeat, Lord. We have already agreed to set the witch free. Cowardly worms. Ironic coming from you. I didn't think you'd turn cold quite so eagerly. Did the nun and your kid sister are onto it too? I take it. We're the only one working for you. We never felt any sort of allegiance to you. Loyalty founded on one that has to wait what? Loyalty founded on what one has to gain or lose is far more resilient than uncertain fluctuating feelings. But it will appear this white-haired man shattered that foundation. How long have you been concluding with them, Kerr? I've arrived in this era 2 days ago. What, 2 days? In just 2 days you got these worms dancing for you? They're not dancing for me. I merely spoke with them, and they listened. You're a disturbed man. You couldn't possibly have won these two over in a mere 2 days. He's no ordinary man. As we said, he knew everything. While I was talking to him, it felt like he was looking directly into my soul. He's definitely an unusual one, yeah. It felt like he's known me my whole life, even though he just showed up out of nowhere 2 days ago. I didn't believe what he was saying at first. But he knew things he couldn't possibly know. My secret wish. Something I never told anyone before. I don't know what kind of tricks you're playing, but now I know why I've never seen you around. You've been looking around the city for longer, sticking your nose where it didn't belong. I would have taken notice sooner or later. I'm impressed. In only 2 days you managed to convince them both to betray me and set me up. I am indeed the one in charge of this operation. So if it's the witch you're after, I'm the obvious target, yes. And the two dogs surely have some pent-up rage. So I take it you're going to tie me up, then torture me until I tell you what you want to know. That's not a bad idea, what do you say? Give me the word and he's in ropes. But, oh wait, we agreed we aren't getting rough. No, I have no interest in solving this problem with violence. We are here to uncover the truth. We need to exchange blows, only words. Anyways, if we're going to beat it out of him, we have to do so as soon as he walked through the door. Oh god, I think I need to act fast here. We discussed this beforehand. We're only talking. No one's getting into any fights, physically or verbally. That's right. Well, looks like I got no way out, so you've got me. I surrender. Take my key. What? Go open the tower doors. What the? That was easier than expected. Your key is not important right now. Your perspective is what I seek. Why did you make it so the lock required 3 keys? One person on board and adequate for the job. So I split it 3 ways. Is that any of your concern, Kerr? Was it because it was too much weight to bear alone? You didn't actually want to imprison Morgana, did you? Something, somewhere went wrong. You backed yourself into a corner and couldn't escape. I'm done listening to you. I'm right, or am I wrong, Lord? Or should I say Jacopino? Jacopino, but isn't his name? Jean Franska Barner? That's Lord Barner to you, insolent child. You seem to be a bit confused. I'm the son of the House of Barner, which means I'm loyalty. No, you're not. I don't know how you came to start calling yourself Baroner, but there's not a drop of royal blood flowing through your veins. The slave revolt at the Lord's Manor 7 years ago. You were there, weren't you? During the revolt, you helped Morgana escape. That's right, you saved her life once. That was you. You were the slave from 7 years ago. Slave. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Me, a slave? Like hell, a former slave could become royalty. You did it though. You went from a slave to a lord. Enough! I don't know who's filling that white-haired head of yours with this drivel. But I'm done listening to you. Listening to it. Say another word and I'll throttle you myself. Keep slandering my name, I dare you. Maria told me the slave from back then was dead. She didn't mean it literally though. She meant he wasn't who he used to be anymore. Maria, you've been talking to her too. Because she was afraid of if Morgana found out. It would only serve to throw her deeper into despair. The man who had once saved her is now responsible for keeping her imprisoned. Did the heirs not work her? I said that's enough. I need your perspective. There is more to the story, I'm certain of it. I refuse to believe you acted only for your own benefit, only to cause her pain. If you want the key so damn badly, then take it. Set the witch free, I don't give a damn. But if you say another word, I'll rip your fucking tongue out. Again, the key is not what I need right now. I need your story. Are you deaf or just an imbecile? Your perspective is crucial to saving Morgana's soul. Enough! When you were a slave, you helped Morgana escape from the Lord. Silence! And you spent the next 3 years with her. Just one more fucking word, I swear to God. So how did you end up here? How did a boy from 7 years ago go from saving her to locking her up and stealing her blood? There's no excusing your actions, no. But please, I need you to tell me how you got to this point. Enough! I shall. Next thing I see is a dagger in his hand pointed at me. I reflexively try to push myself out of the path of the charge with my dominant hand, which sends a jolt of excruciating pain up my right arm. Shit. I rip your fucking head off! The Lord swing his arm up, and the necklace spill from my pocket, making a metallic clink as it hits the floor. When he sees us, his eye goes wide for a brief moment. Of course, I'm just as slack-jawed as him. What the hell is going on? Why? How? Oh. Why am I looking at a familiar cloud of inky black darkness? There's no one to answer my question though. And no time to think about it either. I have to make a decision right now. Oh god. The Lord dagger is raised and is quickly approaching. Off to the side, the cloud of darkness is expanding. Oh no 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 no! no, 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 no. I didn't mean to do that. Oh god, I was supposed to save, but I was afraid that option was going to be taken away from me. Oh god. I reach my hand into the darkness spreading from the necklace. And as soon as I do... What? What the hell is this? What? What's that black stuff? The blackness swells, consuming us all. No, stop. What is this? Don't make me. Watch this! His shouts fade into the distance. Wait, did I make the right decision? I think I make the right decision. And my mind and body has swallowed up entirely. It's the same thing that happened whenever Giselle and I open a door. The same darkness I've gazed into again and again, and again and again in that accursed mansion. The house that exists outside reality. Far, far off into the distance, I can see a gentle light, like a hole ripped out of the darkness. Green grass and colorful flowers rustling in the wind. I don't understand. The darkness, it was never present in the past. It was, I thought, a phenomenon restricted to the realm of the dead. So what is it doing here? But even my questions are, in short order, swallowed up by the void. As soon as my body ceased to retain its form, leaving only my consciousness to view the sights, sound, and emotions of someone past, I become an observer, as I have many times before. Did I make the right choice? I think I made the right choice. Oh. I'm staring into a pair of ruby red eyes, open wide with shock. I recall snapping at him, insulting him, but I don't remember what I said. Oh, we're in Jacopino's perspective. Nor do I remember how he responded. All I know is that a wave of churning blackness appeared out of nowhere, washing me away. I'm powerless, helpless, hopeless. My young mind sucked into it like a whirlpool. Young? My young mind? Oh, for Christ's sake. You've got to be kidding me. Why? For the love of God, why? Am I being made to look back at this part of my life? The miserable, stupid fucking romance I once was. Why am I turning back into the boy I tried so hard to forget? Where did this absurd black smoke come from, and why can't I get out of it? If it's that white-haired man who is doing this to me, then he's not an angel or a prophet. He's the goddamn devil himself. But all my questions confuse my frustration. Everything that's composed my presence is superseded by the darkness, wisping away into nothing. Oh. To be blunt, the world's a small place. There's an unimaginable amount of it out there, but you only ever get to see a minuscule fraction of that. And that goes doubtably so for us. The poor barely get the chance to see any of it all, and those who are born into affluence as well, they have no idea just how small our world really is. I've never yearned for the world outside what I knew. I more coveted it, a splash of spite mixed in. I wanted to claw my way up the mountain, knock all the bastards down who had never seen what it was like at the bottom. If I made it high enough, I could do anything. I would have complete freedom. If that sounds like a childish fantasy to you, well, you'd be right. That's exactly what it was. You there. There you are. You spend so much time in the graveyard that one of these days, someone's going to think you're a gravekeeper or maybe a grave robber. I can understand a gravekeeper, but I take offense at the suggestion I look like a grave robber. I'm praying for the souls who have no one to see them off. The girl named Morgana turned around to face me. Though I've known her for some time, I rarely ever look her in the eyes. Her face was almost always concealed beneath a dark hood, revealing only the tip of her nose and sometimes her lips. Honestly, I don't get it. Why do you care so much? These are souls that have no one else to pray for them. At best, they may get a bit of lip service from a priest once or twice. It's our responsibility to offer a helping hand to the sick and poor, to pray for the abandoned souls. What I don't get is why you need to pray for the dead at all. They're just bags of bones. I hope you enjoy an eternity in hell, blasphemer. Hey, that was uncalled for. I'm just joking, obviously. You take black humor to a new level, dark humor, bro, sure. Morgana gave me a curt shrug and then turned away. She never faced anyone head-on for very long, and she had a perfectly good reason for it. It wasn't because she disliked me or anything. I don't think, anyways. About 3 years earlier, something had happened that had caused large patches of flesh to fall off her face. Supposedly she had looked fine before, but I only knew her as she was at that time. The rest of her body was covered in wounds as well, but applying ointment to them had reduced the scarring significantly. Her face, though, showed no signs of recovery. A close friend of mine, a prostitute, said she thought it might be a psychological thing, but regardless, I continued applying the ointment to Morgana's face. Hey, come on, don't turn away from me. I know you can hear me. I brought ointment, so let me put it on you. It's a waste of time. You don't know that. Your arms look much better than before. It won't be long before your face starts healing too. The ointment isn't free. You're wasting your money. It's my money, I could use it however I please. So just shut up and let me do this. You're a very obnoxious man, you know. What was that? You want me to rub it in real hard, huh? Fine. With a forlorn graveyard as the backdrop, A young man applied a slab. Wait, what? Slave to a girl's raw, exposed flesh. It was quite possibly the least romantic sight in the world. I would have, at very least, preferred a somewhat more pleasant location. As the thought fluttered through my mind, I let out a defeated laugh, and I could soon feel her glaring at me. Morgana could be a bit standoffish, but honestly I don't mind. For her, this was actually quite sociable, in fact. When I first met her, she didn't act her age at all, but now she was starting to show signs of a 12-year-old girl hidden inside. 3 years prior, when I met Morgana, she had been the victim of an unspeakable abuse at the hands of the Lord. I didn't know why he had done those things to her, and I didn't ask either, because I knew doing so would only reopen old wounds. All I knew was that the Lord was so far gone as a human being as to brutally torture a 9-year-old girl. At the time, the only thing that ever seemed to come out of her mouth was the word of God. Everything she said or did was ostensibly, I don't know how to pronounce that, for the benefit of others. But it felt to me more like she was acting out of some sort of sense of duty rather than genuine concern. Honorable, but ultimately hollow. I much preferred this Morgana. Even if she could be a bit jaded. What are you hoping to get out of repairing my face? I'm not trying to get anything, I just want to help you heal up. And here I thought you were going to try and make me work at the brothel. How many times do I have to tell you I'm not going to make you be a prostitute? What other reason could you have for wanting to get my face better? Because I want to see it. Isn't that enough? Just so we're clear, that wasn't me hitting on you, okay? The thought never occurred to me. She fell quiet, sitting there motionless as I rubbed ointment on her face. Her skin beneath my thumb was rough and unpleasant to the touch, and honestly rather stomach-turning. It was hard to imagine her face would ever heal. What I said about wanting to see her face was true. But what I wanted more than anything was for her to be able to live a relatively normal life. I hope you're prepared to be let down if I ever do heal. That's possibly just a part of the fun. You have as much of tact as a worm. No tact and bad taste. I'm a real winner. It's a wonder no one throttles you in sleep. It's a wonder no one throttles you in sleep. Being a guy, of course, I would have been pleased if she turned out pretty with her face healed. But her life was guaranteed to be easier than now, no matter what she looked like. That was what really mattered ultimately. I could only imagine how hard it was to have your life turned completely upside down at the age of 9. A large portion of us in the slum had our share of misfortune, but hardly any of them stacked up to what Morgana had to bear. She had no parents. When I asked about her mother, she got cagey with me, so I assumed she's been sold off. When I asked about her father, though, she just pointed up at the sky, which I took to mean he was dead. A young girl, no family, sent off all on her own to some strange land somewhere along the line, ending up in the Lord's cruel grasp. Misfortune felt like an understatement, if anything. That said, it wasn't just out of pity. I gave Morgana so much of my attention. The other reason though, well, she'd probably go running if I told her. Hell, I wanted to hit myself over the head. I'll still be your friend even if you turn out to be the ugliest girl in the city. Not the best thing to say, but sure. You should be grateful. How is it you haven't managed to chase off everyone in your life yet? I act like a decent guy around other people. I do my best to fit in. Then why are you such a dolt around me? Just doing my best to fit in. So you're saying this is my fault? Everyone could use a turn or two, makes them more exciting. You especially. Okay, that should be everything. Does it sting anywhere? Not particularly, no. Alright. Oh, also finish up here and get back to Maria soon. Unless you're ready, I drag you there. Why? Seriously? It's your damn birthday, that's why. And what do you think, dimwit? Dimwit? She wants to celebrate. Get back there soon, okay? I'm planning to drop by too. Okay. Okay. She gave a sheepish nod, which was honestly kinda cute, but of course I couldn't say that. So I shrugged my shoulders, feigning aspiration, and then turned to leave. Once I might have offered to accompany her back to the brothel, but Morgana never seemed keen on the idea of walking anywhere with me. Maybe she was afraid of grown men after what had happened to her at the Lord's Manor. Or maybe she just didn't want me to be seen with someone who looked like her. So, hey, I thought you were leaving. One day I'll show you the world. Oh my, it's the same thing. Wait, no, was it? Did he say that before? One day I'll show you the world. I won't get my hopes up. Get your hopes up, damn it. I said with a soft chuckle, and then I took my leave. I had every intention of making good on that promise. I had more than enough reason to believe I could. 3 years back there was a slave revolt at the Lord's Manor. That's not quite accurate though, because while I was partly responsible for inciting the riot, I wasn't actually a slave. The local lord was spoken of in whispers as the second coming of the great tyrant of old. The people were constantly grumbling about how he seemed to treat the land like his own personal playground, exploiting everything and everyone on it for his own amusement. When enough stress and resentment build up in a contained place, all it takes is a little shove from the outside to burst it. And that was our plan. Me and a number of other dissatisfied citizens gathered together to pop that bubble and give the Lord a taste of how we felt about him. With the help of a slave trader, I infiltrated the Lord's manor. I've known slaves weren't treated well, but seeing it for myself, I thought most of these people would have been happier having been born as a dog or cat owned by someone who actually had a heart. It was revolting, a flagrant injustice. Broadly speaking, there are two types of people who see injustice in the world. The first are those who have everything, who sit unchallenged at the top of the world looking down on the less fortunate with pity. The second are those with nothing, who wish to overthrow the entire system keeping them down. It should come as no surprise that I fell in the second camp. Once I was inside, I went around the manor telling all the slaves about our plan. Most of them had long since lost the will to fight, but with enough assurance there were people on the outside ready and waiting to help. Glimmers of hope started to return to their eyes. Finding out they weren't alone, that they weren't hopeless anymore, had an incredible effect on their morale. And once the slaves were convinced, the revolt began. It ended up being much larger in scale than I imagined, and many lost their lives in the process, but the majority of them managed to escape. Naturally, the slaves couldn't stay in the city, so I directed them to the people waiting outside, who would take them to another city or neighboring country. I had neither the money nor the power to guarantee them a good life on the outside, but that hardly mattered to them. Everyone was sure that wherever they ended up would be better than staying, and I prayed that would be the case. It was during the revolt that I saved Morgana. I would have sent her off somewhere else like all the other slaves, but she was in so dire of a condition when I found her that I could hardly even move on her own. She could hardly even move on her own. She had been sapped of all her willpower. So I brought her to the hotel where a friend of mine worked, and I asked her to take Morgana in. My companions and I reveled in the revolt's success. It wasn't enough of an accomplishment to have any real political implications, but we still felt like heroes. Drunk on victory, we started talking about going bigger, starting a full-on revolution. Once the elation passed, though, we realized there wasn't much more we could do. Even if we did manage to start a large enough uprising to kill the Lord, we were only peasants. Not only did we not know the first thing about ruling, the other counts would never acknowledge our authority anyways. We pretend to be in control until the next in line showed up, and that would be the end of that. So we just ended up sitting on our thumbs, no way to do anything about our discontent. Skip forward to about a month before Morgana's birthday. One day, a middle-aged woman approached me. I had never met her before, but she had wavy hair and reminded me of a great deal of my own. Looking at me straight in the eye, the woman said, "I was once a maid-servant for the Bardeners' estate. They've done their best to keep it a secret, but I had a child with the previous lord. And that child is you." The revelation came completely out of the blue. According to her, I had royal blood, and if we could convince the Lord of that, I would become royalty. Furthermore, she, as my alleged mother, could return to her old life at the manor. The woman urged me to take action, to meet the Lord, reveal my lineage, and to reclaim my rightful place at the baroneter's house. I would no longer be a poor peasant living in the slums. I would have a comfortable life. I obviously wasn't going to agree on the spot. Her story was so blatantly dubious, I needed some time to think about it. If she was telling the truth, though, it would transform our revolution from a dream into reality. We wouldn't be restricted to inciting inconsequential uprising. I could seize power legitimately and make some actual change. So I asked the woman to give me some time to consider. Have you decided what you're going to give her? That was the first thing I heard when I stepped through the back door of the brothel. Maria, a short blonde-haired prostitute and a good friend of mine, flashed me a devilish smirk. I bought a necklace as per your suggestion. Girls appreciate that sort of things, don't they? Most do. Me, I got a taste for knives and other such pointy things. I doubt she has much of an interest in those, though. Sometimes I wonder if you're actually a girl. Anyone could see that Maria and I were close, but our relationship was strictly platonic. Of course, given her line of work, it was unavoidable that people thought otherwise. And honestly, it irritated me every time someone suggests we were anything more than friends. People have this annoying, short-sighted tendency to assume that just because a guy and a girl are friendly, they must be intimate. It didn't matter that she was a girl. I only thought of her as a friend, and as best I could tell, that's all she thought of me as well. Maria and I first met when we were children. Even at that age, she was already a prostitute, myself a petty thief. We were both incredibly lucky to have survived to adulthood, with only ourselves to watch each other's back. It's possible the only reason either of us maintained the willpower to survive this long was because we had each other to bitch about life to when things got bad. So, is today the day? Are you finally gonna tell her how you feel? Excuse me? Tell her how I what? Don't be coy. You know exactly what, and it's about time you manned up and told her. I think you got a better chance than you think. Do I need to remind you of how old she is? Oh yeah. 12 as of today. Practically an adult. No. I was knee deep in dick at that age. Oh my god, Maria. You're comparing her to you. The longer you hold off saying something, the more difficult it becomes. Break a leg? No. The party's gonna be in the back, so there won't be any customers around to interfere. Alright. I chewed over what Maria had said as I watched her disappear down a brothel corridor. She wasn't wrong. She wasn't overanalyzing. I did indeed have special feelings for Morgana. She's 12. Women seem to have this strange, somewhat terrifying ability to read people's minds. And Maria was a prime example of that. I've never once so much as suggested to anyone I might think anything of Morgana, but Maria had somehow managed to pick up on it almost immediately. Fortunately, she didn't seem particularly bothered by that fact. Though if anyone else were to find out, I could imagine the looks I would get. I mean, Morgana was 12 and I was 22. 22. Dude, that wasn't normal, you bet. I never felt this way about anyone else that young either. Any other girl Morgana age just looked like another kid to me. So why was she any different? She was covered in scars, and every other time we meet, she would tell me to go to hell. Sounds about right. And she refused to walk anywhere with me. And no matter how much eyesight broke, I could never seem to get all the way through. Yet still, the world felt like it was just a little bit better a place when I was with her. Water. It made me want to see her smile no matter how grotesque her face. How would I even go about saying it, assuming I actually did? Even if your face still isn't healed in 4 years, I take you as my lifetime partner, Morgana. Oh my god. God, no, that's terrible. There has got to be a better way to put it. Now I was getting stressed out, and it was all thanks to Maria. Blame Maria for everything. This was supposed to be a day of celebration, not of fretting over stupid personal matters. Not long after I arrived at the brothel and made my way to the back room, Maria and a handful of other unoccupied girls showed up. Morgana, who was supposed to be the guest of honor, was even more reticent than usual. The prostitutes chattered among themselves about work in an unabashedly graphic detail, trading info on which customers were good and which customers were bad. All the while Morgana looking incredibly uncomfortable. Makes sense. You guys think you could maybe change the subject? Like we have anything else to talk about? Making the birthday girl want to hide in a corner to be so purpose, don't you think? Oh no, don't mind me. I don't have anything I want to talk about. Morgana said, almost in a whisper, her head turned down. At least eat something then. The cookies are barely sweetened and as dry as rock, but they're edible. Jacopino, you little bitch. Oh, his name is Jacopino. You got some stones to shit talk my cookies to my face. Stop it, Maria. Stop throwing things at me. The other girls cackled at Maria and I bickered, hoping it might have elicited a reaction from Morgana as well. I snuck a glance over at her, but she remained expressionless. You're right about one thing though. This is Morgana's day. So let's change the subject. Maria said with a little laugh, having hurled everything within arm's reach at me. Like I said, I don't have anything to talk about. Sure you do. You just have to look a little harder. Not saying you have to reminisce for us. It can be anything. Let's see. Here's an idea. Are there any guys you got your eyes on? Oh no. I spew my tea all over the table. There is. And then I started choking. What? Seriously? Holy shit. Who is it? Tell me. Who's the lucky guy? God. Yeah, that makes sense. Everyone fell silent. Maria gave me a sympathetic look, and I knew exactly what she wanted to say. Sorry, kid. He ain't got nothing on God. Asshole. If you're gonna dream big, right? Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Pinning it after the all-powerful, all-knowing God. I'm with you. You bald-faced liar. The grass may be hell of a lot greener up there, but it's a bit far, don't you think? You're better off settling for the weeds down here. Did she just imply I'm a weed? I'm a weed. Maria looked over and gave a wide grin at the sight of me grinding my teeth, then continued. Say the young man over there. Oh, well, wait, stop right there. Don't say another word. Whoopsie, me and my big mouth, I almost did your job for you. God damn it, Maria. That was not good. Like hell, I was going to let her corner me into saying it there. I stole a glance at Morgana, but her gaze was locked onto her knees. I couldn't see what, if any, kind of reaction she was having. Morgana, what she was trying to say is that I have to go. What? I have to go to the bathroom. Yep. Sure. Morgana got up from her chair and left the room in silence. I imagine I was making a rather flaccid expression because as soon as Morgana was gone, Maria began cackling like a mad woman. My reply was the nearest object, courtesy of my drawing arm. Loser. Oh god. How hard it is to just say it. It would have been easier if you hadn't cornered me like that. You think I believe you? You wouldn't have done it without a little nudge. I would have. Eventually. Eventually ain't gonna cut it. Now is the right time. And don't worry about me and the girls. Me and the girls won't make fun of you for getting your rocks off to a little girls. Good lord. That's not the reason I like her. Besides, I would wait as at least 4 years before. Doesn't mean you can't tell her now. I think it will do her wonders, really. She's, well, you know. So I think knowing someone cares about her lighten the load a bit. When she come back, give her the necklace and tell her how you feel. And if she turns you down, we can all have a good laugh about it. Okay, Maria. Maria and a few other girls chuckled. As uncomfortable as she was making me feel, she had a point. Regardless of whether Morgana reciprocated my feelings or not, there was a good chance that just putting them out there would help in breaking down the walls she had built in her heart. And maybe one day I would actually be able to see her smile. I'll do it. I'll tell her. It didn't matter if I came out looking like a loser. It didn't matter if Morgana wasn't interested in me that way. What mattered was that she knew someone accepted her, regardless of her appearance or the things she had been through. And if, by some chance, there really was royal blood flowing through my veins, then I can make good on my promise to show her the world. I could put an end to her life in poverty and abuse. Replace it with one of comfort and wealth. I could buy her even better medicine, something that could actually heal her face. If I truly were royalty, I could do so much more for her. Make it sound like I want to be some kind of fairy tale hero or something. But honestly, I wouldn't have mind that. If I was going to make her happy, to wipe away all her past misfortune, why couldn't I make it a little dramatic? It wasn't usually my style, but in this case, I would have objected to object to a storybook ending. I wouldn't have objected to a storybook ending. This, though, no. This wasn't the kind of story I was hoping for. Oh, blood. The heavy curtain separating the guest room has been torn into shreds, and they were splattered with blood. A man apparently caught without enough time to defend himself laid out naked on the bed, his empty eyes fixated on the ceiling. The whole area reeked of blood, and all I could do was stare stupefied at the carnage. What the hell? Why? How could this happen? My dumbfounded muttering went unanswered though. The few who were still alive could no better make sense of the incomprehensible massacre than me. The sudden arbitrary upheaval of our world. The inescapable reality. Shortly after Morgana stepped out, I heard a woman scream from the front of the brothel. Next, a man shouting. At first, I assumed it was one of the customers losing his temper over something. But the tone of the scream seemed somehow off or something like that. It wasn't long before the noise had escalated to alarming levels, so I dashed forward towards the source of the shouting. A good dozen men, bandits, or maybe thieves, they seem more organized, had raided the brothel. They slaughtered all the customers, stripping them of any valuables. And they tied up the girls, killing any who resisted. First thought that arose to my panic mind that I needed to find Morgana. I needed to get her out of here, no matter what. I couldn't let her birthday turn into a tragedy. She had already been through enough, and I had to make sure she didn't suffer any further. I had to make her life into something good. I searched and I searched, but there was no sign of Morgana anywhere. Until suddenly something seemed to crash into me from behind, causing me to stagger. It took a few seconds for the pain to set in, which is when I looked down to see the tip of a blade sticking out of my gut. Blood streamed along the metal surface, and there were little bits of flesh caught on the edges. I turned around just in time to see the man holding it kick me away. And before I had time to process what had happened, I hit the floor and lost consciousness. If I were a hero, I could have surely eradicated all the violent intruders in the blink of an eye, saving everyone. Protected that which I wanted to protect. Not had to lose anything. But I was just a mere boy. A weak boy helpless against a few robbers. A useless boy unable to protect anyone. When I woke up, Maria was kneeling over me, sobbing, no sign of the tough, foul-mouthed girl I knew. Aside from her, there were two other girls also crying, leaving only 4 survivors. Apparently I wasn't dead. Looking down, I saw my bare stomach wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. The brothel lay in ruins, a bloody pile of torn bedding, clothing, and bodies. I made my way to the front, and all I could do was stare stupefied at the carnage. What the hell? Why, how could this have happened? My dumbfounded muttering went unanswered, though. Maria stood beside me, quietly rubbing her trembling arms. Where's Morgana? I couldn't find her. Why not? I'm sorry, I look everywhere. But I couldn't find her, so I'm sorry. I wanted to say I wasn't blaming her, but I couldn't find the words. If I had the power, I could have prevented this from happening. What kind of power would I have needed, though? The physical strength to overpower the thieves? No, I need to think bigger. If I weren't a peasant, but someone of real influence and importance, no one would dare stand up to me. No petty thieves would ever even consider a raid on me. And I would have the power to punish anyone who tried. But regardless, this would have never happened at all. I was supposed to give Morgana a good life, to show her the world, to make her smile. If only I had the power, absolute unflinching power. If I had climbed to the top of the ladder when the chance was offered to me, this all could have been avoided. If only I had asserted my place as royalty a month earlier, as the woman who claimed to be my mother had urged me to. I wanted power. The power to keep everything I care about safe. The power to change this damn world. The power to stop those filthy thieves. The power to keep her by my side. I wanted power. I heard about the attack on the brothel, and that you were hurt, so I'm glad to see you're well. About a week after the raid, I went to see the woman who professed herself my mother. As you would expect of someone who had served at the Lord's Manor, she was very elegant and graceful. The shack where she stayed, though, was shabby, drab place with bare wattle and dubbed walls. You were concerned about my safety. Of course, show me a mother who is not always concerned about her child's safety. Says the woman I've never seen until a month ago. Physical distance has no bearing on a mother's love. She said with a soft smile. Age has clearly begun taking a toll on her, but I could see the hints of former beauty. If you had gone to speak with the Lord and reveal your lineage when I first came to see you, you would have never been in that kind of danger. There's still time. Go to the Lord Manor, show him. I'm not really a son, am I? The woman fell silent for a moment, observing me. I could see the resemblance between us, yes. And I had no memories of my mother. It would be nice if she were to show back up someday. But it just wasn't likely. This whole thing felt extremely contrived. Discussions will progress much sooner if we both know what the other wants out of this arrangement. Start by telling me who you really are. Were you actually a maidservant for the previous lord? She gave a nod and then walked over to a grimy shelf and retrieved a ring that looked very much out of place. It was made of gold, engraved with an elaborate insignia. Look at this. It's the Barnard's family's crest. The previous lord gave me the ring as a gift, and I've kept it ever since, even after our relationship was discovered and I was chased out. I didn't sell it because I knew I was with a child. They would still have no chance but to acknowledge you as the legitimate heir if you showed them this ring. Why did you wait so long to come and find me then? I was afraid I might kill you if I brought you in as a baby. Why were we separated? Misfortune. One day bandits came and kidnapped you. Presumably they were hired by the Barnard estate because they didn't want your existence to come to light. I consider it a miracle you're still alive. I can only imagine the stern look on my face as I listened to the woman speak. A part of me did indeed want to take everything she said as true, wanted to believe I was someone important, but I couldn't convince myself I had anything other than a commoner's blood running through my veins. It would appear you've done your research. I don't have any other family to the best of my knowledge, which does indeed make me a good candidate for you to step in and claim your stake on. If I were to guess, your child with the Lord has either passed away or never existed at all. It's probably true that you work at the Barnard's Manor, and it's probably true that you had relations with the former Lord. You were chased out and now you live in poverty. You want to go back to your former, more comfortable life, and while you're at it, take vengeance on the current Lord. But being a woman, you have no means to accomplish that yourself. So you came up with the idea of using a fake son. If your child were still alive, he would be right about my age, wouldn't he? And we will look similar enough for you to convincingly claim we're related. But the biggest reason you chose me is because I made something of a name of myself. Because I was one of the people involved in inciting the revolt 3 years ago. The perfect choice to spearhead a revolution. How dramatic. The man who set the Lord's slaves free was secretly his family. The people will eat that right up. So how far off am I? For some time the woman sat in silence. Eventually she broke it. Not by yelling in anger or desperately trying to refute me, but with a smile. I knew very well what lurked behind that smile too. Scorn. You're sharp for a filthy peasant. It would seem I chose wisely. I was right. She was a manipulative, conniving shyster. But I could work with. That fits so much better. I wasn't royalty. I wasn't a hero. I was a filthy peasant. I'm in. The first thing I did after agreeing to work with a woman was not to approach the Lord, but to reveal my false lineage to my accomplices. They all thought I was joking until I showed them the ring. Then their dreams of a revolution started seeming far more realistic. Maria was the one exception. Not only did she not believe me, she tried to stop me from going through with the scheme. Haven't you had enough danger in for one life? Come on, forget about this revolution stuff. We can build a new brothel and just stay low for the rest of our days. Does that really sound so bad? You're the only friend I got, Jacobino. She said somewhat desperately. I sympathized with her concerns, but I didn't want to let this chance to gain some real power slip away. I was done having things taken away from me. Hear me, my fellow citizens, who live in suffering at the hands of your supposed lord. Within me flows the blood of the previous lord. I am the rightful heir. Behold the bargainer's golden ring. Proof that I am of noble birth. Victims of this terrible tyrant, the time has come to start anew, and I shall be the one to lead you down that path. The poor, the hungry, the depraved, all of you stand with me. My calls to arms stroke the flames in the people's hearts. When the assault on the Lord's manor began, they were an inferno of righteous justice. No one was thinking straight. I was about the only one with something resembling a clear head amidst the chaos. If I were really a hero, then I would have rejoiced in that glorious day, the momentous turning point in the city's history. I would have been honored to have led the charge. But this was all about one woman's advice, whatever, and desire for vengeance. This was all about one man's lamentations of his own weakness. I wasn't motivated by any other desire to help these people. The Lord backed into a corner begged for his life. I decapitated him and then held his severed head up for the people. Their cheers and shouts filled the air. As I watched them rejoice, I wondered, was this the future that awaited me? Would people come after me next? Was my head going to be the one of their hands one day? The king and the other counts acknowledged my royalty, though it was less because I had the bargainer's ring and more because they thought that was the best way to prevent things from getting any messier. So with their approval, I formally became the lord of the land. I also assumed the former lord's name, because despite his reputation with his people, it was a name people knew and the one that held far more clout than my own. And just like that, my long-time dream of power had come true. That said, simply becoming the lord didn't mean everything had fallen nearly into place. Many of the local noble family accused me of acquiring my rank illegitimately. They waited, fangs bared for me to slip up. They even tried to set me up on more than one occasion. I couldn't trust anyone. On top of that, if I took too long making the improvements I had promised to the people, they would start saying I was much of a tyrant as the previous lord. There was only so much I could do at once, though, especially with my hands so full fending off the vulturous nobles. Exhaustion soon began to set in. This wasn't the world I was looking for, the one I wanted to show Morgana. It was day after draining day of betrayal, constantly having to look over my shoulders, fighting to meet unrealistic expectations. I was starting to lose sight of the person who I was as a person. I couldn't let anyone see me looking weak. They would see it as an opportunity to take advantage of me, to manipulate me, to eliminate me. I needed power to protect myself from those people. Attaining rank was only the first step. I need even more power. Enough to ensure no one would ever be giving me orders, could ever play me for a fool. I turned my attention first to bolstering the economy. I provided subsidies to merchants in the cities. I expanded trade routes. I made it known that the people of any skin color. I made it known to people of any skin color that those not welcome in other territories are welcome in my land, trying to bring in some vitality to the city. The previous lord had evidently loved to throw parties, squandering away nearly all the tax money on his own entertainment. Water break. If he had left me more to work with, I would have used it to clean up and repair the slums. But for the time being, that had to remain another item on the checklist. I needed more money flowing through the city as a whole before I could make any headways on fixing up the poorer areas. Helping the people who needed it most quickly became a secondary objective. I had a pretty good idea what my former accomplices still in the slums were saying about me. He used us practically. I could hear them whispering. Some of them even started publicly slandering me in an attempt to undermine my authority, claiming I wasn't suited to be in the position of power because I had spent most of my life in the slums. It wasn't long before they had convinced the people I was just another tyrant. I had hoped that they, if no one else, would have sympathized with my position. Realized that I had every intention of helping them, and that I simply didn't have the resources for it yet. But no one saw what I was doing. No one believed me, even when I tried to explain. In one case, I invited an old companion to the manor to discuss matters, but the meeting only turned into an attempt on my life. Having absolutely no one I could trust, no one I could call an ally, it hit me a lot harder than I expected. It twisted my worldview beyond recognition. I had no need for sympathy. I couldn't show care for anyone, otherwise someone would inevitably use it against me. Old friends and strangers alike. In fact, those who knew me best, those who were aware of where I had come from and what I had been before, were the ones who fought the hardest to tear me down. Rules needed to be created. Punishment established. I couldn't allow anyone to take this power from me. Anyone who so much as suggests I had come from the slums, anyone who dared disrespect me, had to be eliminated. All threats exterminated before they could reach me. Somewhere along the line I had lost sight of my original dream. Lost all my desires to do the right by the people who I cared about. Hell, I didn't have anyone to do right by anymore. Why did I need to climb to the top of the ladder? So no one could kill me. Why did I want money? So no one could mock me. Why did I want power? So no one could oppose me. 4 years passed, and I found myself in a very, very distant place. Miracle blood sounds like a sham to me. You never know. They say the sound of her first cry brought rain to the land where she was born, saving the whole village from drought. And they say her blood has the power to cure any disease. One day a curious rumor came to my attention. The kind of whispering I wouldn't usually put much stock into. It was said there was a witch living in a cottage by the lake. A few had ever seen her face, but they claimed she had the same voice as a girl who had supposedly performed miracles 7 years earlier in a faraway village. The people loved their stories of heroes and miracles, and if I could show some support for the churches, then maybe people would stop complaining I was focusing too much on the economy. So I devised a plot to capture the witch and make use of her miracle blood. I would establish a new church, have be run by a nun in the city. Had been had the city had been fawning over for some time. They call her the Saintess. There I will take the witch's blood and call it a miracle medicine, distributing it in exchange for tillage, which the people would certainly come in for droves. And if the blood somehow did happen to have special powers, then that would make the scheme that much more effective. I'll worry about the veracity of the rumors later. Right now, all I want for you is to capture her and bring her to me. I was too busy to handle the capturing the witch myself, so I went and found someone to handle it for me. He was a former slave who had several years back massacred an entire again the same word, carriage of slaves, and the slave traders transporting them. Obviously not an upstanding citizen, but there was little doubt he would have any trouble apprehending a single witch. The biggest reason I chose him, though, was because he was enamored with the nun. I honestly thought it was rather hilarious, a murderer falling in love with a nun. I had been expecting the man to object, but he agreed almost without hesitation. There was a mansion on the outskirts of the city, which the previous lord had built for himself and had gone unused since his death. It was there I decided to keep the witch, and it was there I decided to establish the church. The nun would have the ample space to provide temporary shelter to the sick and needy. I thought with what little remains of my conscience, that I was doing the right thing. If one witch, probably an old woman at that, was all it cost to accomplish such good, then worthy a sacrifice it was. An ideal world, it wouldn't matter young or old, a human being was an unacceptable price for anything. But this was far from an ideal world. So I decided that taking what little remained of this woman's life was the best, no, the only acceptable course of action. She would probably despise me for it, you think? But I would gladly accept her hatred in exchange for the benefits her blood will bring the city. It's our responsibility to offer a helping hand to the sick and poor, to pray for the abandoned souls. Morgana words from back then, from years, popped back into my head. I believe that, an aggressive, self-centered, and utterly lacking in compassion as my methods may have been, I was following that mantra. I was offering a helping hand to the people who need it in the only way I knew how. I wasn't so dense as to think she would approve of me making an old woman pay for the price of my charity, though. Doing this made me no better than a thug. But everything has a price. For every extravagant feast held, a dozen people go the night without food. That's simply the way of the world. I was no god. I was no saint. I had no blood on my hands. I was a villain. I knew no way to accomplish good without doing bad. After the swordmen departed, I took some time to myself. I filled a goblet with water, smelled it, and gave a bit of it to my pet dog before gulping down the rest of it. Are you still out there somewhere, Morgana? Yeah, you sent someone to capture her. Would you think of me if you saw what I had become? What would you think of me if you saw what I had become? Several days later than originally planned, the swordsman finally arrived at the mansion. I had chosen the observation tower on the grounds for the witch's prison, and it was there where I waited for him. He showed up with a burlap sack, swung it over his shoulder, setting it down on the floor, saying, "There is your witch." I could only hear the muffled grumbling from inside the sack, but it didn't sound like an old woman inside. The man's clothes and the bag both reeked of blood. "Tell me you didn't harm her, dog." "I smell blood." "You only instructed me not to kill her." "Mistakes were made, limbs were lost." "I cleaned up all the blood I got on me." No one suspected anything. That you were able to immediately recognize the smell of blood say quite a bit, Lord. You have killed before, haven't you? Enough yapping. She is alive, yes. Of course. I felt a tinge of guilt for the woman, but it didn't last long. Her role in my scheme, and the fate that awaited her, was the same regardless of the condition she arrived in. I tossed my gaze from the man to the bag. He crouched down to untie it, revealing a young girl with one severed arm. As soon as I saw her, I knew exactly who the girl was, but why? What was she doing in the bag? Why was she the lakeside witch? What was she doing here? Why was she so pale and shaking? Why had I ordered her captured? How could I have done that? How could I have let this happen to her? Morgana. My voice was hoarse, harsh, and rattling. She looked up at me, and her face as disfigured and hideous as it had been 4 years before. My mind flashed back to her birthday, to when I had considered offering to take her as my lifetime partner, if her face hadn't healed in 4 years' time. Is that you? Her question yanked me out of my memories. You remembered me. Did Morgana remember me? The 3 years we had spent together. What kind of person I had been. The boy who had refused to give up on putting ointment on her face. Whose horribly unromantic encounters at the graveyard. Those horribly unromantic encounters at the graveyard. Her taking shots at me. Me taking shots at her. All the time we had shared. How could I ever forget? Morgana, she remembered me. How could I ever forget all the pain and humiliation you put me through? How could I ever forget the blood Sabbaths you so loved to hold? What? What was she talking about? Haven't you had enough? Have you? Leaving scars on every inch of my body wasn't enough for you. You haven't had your fill of my blood. No, that wasn't me. I was the one who had tried to heal those wounds. You're the man who bound me, cut me up, called me a witch, and then tried to kill me. I haven't forgotten you, even for a moment. No, Morgana. I was the man who rescued you from them. I don't care how much of my father preaches forgiveness. That the one thing you will never get from me. I despise you with all my soul. I revile you with every fiber of my being. For every scar you gave me. I give you a lifetime of hatred. No, Morgana. I was not aware you knew the Witch Lord. His voice made my blood run cold. I didn't just know her. Morgana was this man's, the Lord. He destroyed me, mind and body. No, that was another man. He was already dead. I had just taken his place. I had come from the slums. I had been a part of the slave revolt. I knew I had to tell her. He ruined my life. But between the sting of Morgana accusation and my need to protect my current position, I couldn't muster the strength to do it. If someone were to find out I wasn't legitimately royalty, that I had come from the slums, then everything I had worked so hard to build up for Hudo, would come crumbling down. Do I really think it hasn't already? All I had left was my power, my rank. Is that what I actually want? I couldn't afford to lose that too. When did I? When did I start straying from the path? Yes, I know her. Or I knew her years ago. I see. What do you want to do then, Lord? You look sick. This doesn't change anything. We lock the witch up as proceed as planned. Why? Why couldn't I tell her the truth? How? How could I keep her in prison? What? What had I want power for in the first place? Would anyone ever believe me? If I said this wasn't how I wanted things to turn out. Would anyone ever believe me? Before me floats a man, twisted and writhing in pain. Although whenever what I'm looking at could be said to resemble a human is a difficult question. It's a bit hazy, indistinct shape, on the precept of being consumed by darkness everlasting. I know very well what I'm looking at. The moment before a man's soul shatters. Did I do the same thing to him that Morgana did to me? Was it I who summoned the darkness? Oh, I'm back to being Michelle. Who laid his past bare? Who forced him to relive those events? To experience once more everything he felt, everything he taught. Who put him through that despair a second time. I can only imagine how he must have felt. Causing someone he once cared so much for so much pain. The things he did are abhorrent, more than deserving of reproach. And it would undoubtedly be easier for him to simply vanish into the eternal abyss. But I can't allow that to happen. He still has work to do. His story is essential. It is almost certain Morgana still doesn't know who he really is. He needs to face her. To reveal the truth with his own words. That's the only way we're gonna get her to have a change of heart. That's not all he has to say to her either. So I must bring him back, pull him out of the darkness. Grab the man by the arms and begin skirting through the dark blackness for an exit. After some time I see a speck of glistening high above. So I make my way upwards, back into the harsh light of the real world. The darkness parts and we re-emerge in the dining hall. The man is still straggling me, dagger held above his hand, just as he has been before our trek into the past. His eyes are open wide, and his hand is trembling. A few moments later, his fingers go slack and the blade slips from his grasp, piercing the wood floor by my face. Hey, what was that? I swear I saw some kind of black cloud or something. What happened to you two? Neither of you saw any of that. Saw what? If you didn't see anything, then don't worry about it. The necklace. That must have been the key to unlocking his memories. Like when I touched the mirror at the mansion. I have no idea why certain objects show me different memories. But I got what I needed, I think. I'm fairly certain the white-haired girl is Morgana now. Really? Oh yeah, he does say that. The things Jacopino did to her, and fell for her behind her door. I have much in common with him and Morgana in this life. Have much in common with him and Morgana in this life. Why did you dig that up? How the hell did you do that? Why did you show me my former self? Why did you make me watch that? Why didn't you tell her? Had you only opened your mouth and told Morgana the truth? Told her you weren't the previous lord. Told her who you really are. Things could have turned out differently. Turned out differently how? Knowing would have only worsened her pain. Yes, you're exactly right. The man who once saved her life is now the source of all her misery. How would knowing that do anything but cause her more despair? The least you could have done then was let her go free. I already put money into setting up the church here. Her arm has been cut off. There was no turning back. You can't go back from that. You could have, yes. You could have stopped then and there. Don't act like you know anything. You couldn't possibly comprehend the weight on my shoulders, you dirty peasant. You're right. I can't. And I'll be damned if I wanted to. To hell with understanding the feelings of a man who could so easily lose sight of what matters the most for a little power. The money, power. That's not what you really wanted to hold there. So why couldn't you just let go of that? Why did you have to go and let what matters most slip through your fingers? Had you done anything, it would have had to come to this. It wouldn't have to come to this. I cannot have people knowing where I came from. I needed wealth, rank, No, you didn't need any of that. Do you have any idea how much Morgana treasures her time with you and Maria? Do you know how she described that period? As one of the brightest chapters of her life. Those 3 years she spent at the brothel until it was attacked. She said that was where she learned how to find joy in life. Enough. She would never say any of that. Why do you refuse to believe me? She. She never opened up to anybody. That's all just your fantasy. What do you want to see? What do you want to see in her? You're trying to convince me something that was never there. No, I think he's right, Lord. I believe she did feel that way. The day I killed that carriage full of slaves 4 years ago, the girl you're talking about was there. She was there. What? That can't. And she said this to me before I began my massacre. I am sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to the people very dear to me. She was crying as she did. So that's who she was talking about. It was you. There's no way. When exactly did the brothel attack 4 years ago take place? It was the winter. I see. Winter 4 years ago is when I met the girl too. That reminds me. She mentioned something unpleasant happening to her 4 years ago during one of our conversations. That she was forced to part ways with people who taught her that humans are capable of kindness. She was talking about you. Ah! There's still time. You can still set Morgana free. You can still reveal your true self to her. She was likely in shock that day, not seeing or thinking straight. She still thinks you're someone else. Hearing you were the Lord set something off inside her, preventing her from seeing who you really were. Her time in the previous Lord's captivity left scars even deeper than she knew. So all it took was that one word, and in her eyes you became him. Which isn't to say you haven't caused her much pain yourself. But I still believe your truth is the key to allaying her hatred. It will change her perspective of the world. I'm certain of it. So please, release Morgana and spell your heart for her. I was planning to end it all with the Harvest Festival. What? I was already planning to set her free then. I knew damn well it was much too little, much too late. But I needed an excuse to face her. Some occasions to give me that last nudge. So I told myself, that's going to be the day, that's when I'm going to do it. But you showed up out of nowhere digging up my past, throwing all my plans out the window. You still think I'm the reason your carefully laid plan fell apart. I'll let her go during the Harvest Festival. Tomorrow she goes free. Tomorrow's too late. What difference does it make? When the bell tolls noon on the day of the Harvest Festival, Morgana dies. I've had more than enough of your so-called prophecies. I'm done. You still refuse to believe me. I'm not making anything up. I'm from the future. I know how this ends. Having an occasional and a plan can certainly make it easier to take action. But you can't just wait for the right occasion for everything. Sometimes if you don't act on something as soon as you decide to do it, you'll miss your chance. Your next life, you'll make the same mistake. You lock up someone that you care about, eventually causing her to break down entirely. And you're so fixated on waiting for the right occasion, you completely destroy any chance of salvaging anything. If you're set on releasing her, then release her. Jacopino! Stop being so damn fixated on your occasions already. Enough. Damn you. You're right. You don't have to tell me I'm being a fool. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. I'll do it. Right now, I'll do it. I'll release her. You three. Let's go to the tower, now. Thank you for making up your mind. I didn't make the lock require 3 keys, because the weight was too much to bear alone. It's because having others with me would force me to keep up the Lord facade, to prevent me from letting anything slip up. Or maybe I was just waiting, hoping someone will betray me, make me pay. Pathetic, I know. You can have the necklace. It belongs to you. Though I doubt Morgana will accept it. I hope you still attempt to give it to her yourself. Will you do that? Where did you get that anyways? From Maria. I thought she would have thrown it out by now. I assume she doesn't think very highly of me. To be honest with me. She was planning to kill you. Maybe that would have been for the best. To her, I'm nothing but a power-hungry traitor. The necklace, I'll take it. Here you are. When he takes the necklace, Jacopino looks at those he is on the verge of tears. Whether from pressure of not wanting to lose face, or simply because he's no longer able to. He doesn't actually shed any though. The other two just stand and watch him quietly. Neither of them saw the vision of his past, but they don't pry either. Our exchange was probably sufficient to give him an idea of what happened, even if they don't know the details. Clutching the necklace in one hand, Jacopino takes up the head of the precision to the observation tower. While it lasts for a brief moment, I see an image of a young man he used to be, and his slightly slouched shoulders. Two, 3 keys. They each insert and turn their individual keys. The lock disintegrating and the door giving a deep groan as it swings open. The staircase. Beyond it, a spiral staircase extends high into the sky. Every time I climb these stairs, it always seems a solemn affair. And now is no different. I've succeeded though. I've got them all here, ready to set her free before She's supposed to die. I've changed the past, Giselle. Can you hear me, Giselle? I made it in time. Now Morgana doesn't have to die tomorrow. I did it. Giselle. She's not there. With me. Come on. Do you guys hear talking behind the door? Is there someone else in there with her? There couldn't be. It's only Morgana. Stay with me, please. Come on, you can't give up now. Oh, be quiet. As if you have any idea what I'm going through. Of course I do. No. Standing before the door at the top of the stairs, a chill run down my spine. Before I have time to consider what might have caused it, my body moves on its own. I shove my way past the other men and push open the door. Oh, that's Morgana. I know I'll come up with something pleasant. Take your minds off things, to take your minds off things. Come up with a story. A story? How about this? A dove flies through the window above, a piece of parchment tied to its leg. Yes, a letter from the prince of the neighboring land. You read it and then you write a response. I don't respond. After exchanging letters back and forth for some time, the prince comes and finds you. I'm not going to fall for your stupid fantasies. Holding on to something, even a fantasy, is better than believing in nothing at all. I don't want you to give up on hope. Baseless hope only breeds despair. Not that you would know about that. Besides, if anyone's going to come for me, I don't want it to be a prince. There's only one person I want to see, God. We're all stunned to silence at the scene unfolding beyond the door. Morgana is having a conversation with herself. This doesn't answer the question who the white-haired girl is and where she came from. This does answer the question of where the white-haired girl is and where she came from. But I can't. This is just... No one tried to go through this. Her mind. Her mind has split into two. Oh, Morgana, it looks like you have visitors. They're here to take my blood, or they've got no use for me anymore, and they're here to kill me. Oh, don't be so negative. Look, there's someone new. Kill me. Just set me free already. Morgana, you know what my wish is. Kill me and curse. Put a curse on them. Come on, Morgana, look up at them. Your letters, they made it. I never wrote any letters. He got long hair and hair as white as snow, his eyes like rubies. He's beautiful like an angel descended from heaven. An angel. Morgana. I've come for you, Morgana. Come to set you free. Would you please undo her shackle, Jacob? As you say. Morgana. Angel. Can you hear me, Morgana? At long last, I have the chance to hold you while you're still alive. I thought one of her arm was cut off. Oh, it is. I'm here to get you out of this tower. Yeah, one of our arms missing. You have nothing to worry about anymore. You could go outside again, see the sun. You could go back to your old life. Angel. Morgana. Angel. No one's gonna hurt you anymore, Morgana. And the three of them by the door, none of them had any malice for you. Angel. You're free. You could go free again. Angel. You can have a normal life. No one's gonna take any more of your blood. Angel. Please, Morgana. Please stay with me. Don't you want to leave this place? I'm going to set you free. I'll take you back to your cottage by the lake. I'll get you medicine. I'll help you with anything you need. If you want to go somewhere far, I'll take you there. I'm begging you. I've waited so long for this moment. Morgana. I've been waiting so long for God to send an angel. Are you an angel? Are you an angel sent to deliver me from this place? Please deliver me unto my Father's presence. I can't go back out there. I can't live in the mortal realm any longer. I don't want to. There's only one place I wish to go. O holy servant of the Lord. You are an angel, aren't you? Morgana, please deliver me from this place. Yes, that's right, For now, yes, I will be. I am the Archangel Michael, sent to deliver your soul unto God the Father. Your angel. I have descended from heaven above. That's wonderful. Morgana, his father, is he proud of me? Your Father, the Lord Almighty, is exceedingly proud of the great work you have done in his name. Thank you. It means so much to me to hear that. I couldn't be happier to be able to return with you to see him. Morgana. 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 Oh no. Her body goes limp in my arms as the last of her life slips away. There should have been more than enough time to spare, but I still failed to save her life. At the very least, I hope I was able to provide her comfort in her final moments. Am I allowed to think that, aren't I? I'm allowed to think that, aren't I? We are too late. But why? Wasn't she not supposed to die until... That's what you said, isn't it? That was how it was supposed to happen, right? So how come we still didn't make it? Why didn't you do anything? Why did you just let her wither away like this? Why? Answer me! I have no answer for you. I had no idea she had deteriorated so badly. We should take her outside. Then you can atone for your sins. But first we need to take her body somewhere clean. That does not mean you are free from pain. We need to ensure her soul can depart in peace. You won't see me objecting. You need to say now what you're going to say to her. You must let her know the truth. She's dead. What good would it do to reveal my feelings now? Are you really that dense? Of course it will do good. Her physical body may be dead, but her soul's still here watching everything. Listening to every word you say. I don't believe in souls. Well, I'm begging you to change your mind. Let Morgana hear what you have to say. Don't let her soul seethe in hatred. Please. I'm begging you. Okay. Morgana, I'm not the Lord you knew. I'm the man who put you through that hell. The man who put you through that hell, I killed him. I'm the man who freed you from his grasp. I'm the man who spent the next 3 years with you. We were poor and food was scarce, let alone good food. But those were happy times. Just about every day I come to rub ointment on your face. Just to tell you to look at me, and you reluctantly turn my way. I used to think a lot about the face you will make when you finally gave in. And then there was Maria. I can only imagine how noxious you thought the two of us were when we were in the same room together. You sitting off alone while me and Maria go at it, not making a peep, always me trying to sneak glances at you. There's so much I never managed to tell you, and I hate myself for being so too weak to put any of it into words. I could apologize, but I doubt you'll forgive me. And I don't want you to either. I just want you to know that this isn't how I wanted things to turn out. I just wanted more than anything was to show you the world. But instead I managed to show you what was inside a cold dark tower. Not the beautiful, unimaginably wide world outside these walls, but a tiny filthy corridor of it. I did this to you. I took everything from you, when I should have given you everything. However much you hate me, I deserve every last bit of it, and more. I was ready to pay with my life, if that's what you wanted. I was ready to do absolutely anything. This wasn't how I wanted things to turn out. I waited too long to bring myself to action. Morgana, the man there. He told me you said 3 years you were with me and Maria. Were the brightest days of your life. Well, they were for me too. I loved you. That's everything. Did any of what he's just said make it true to you, Morgana? I pray with all my heart that him opening up would have even the tiniest effect on how you feel. Morgana, I also want to apologize for everything I did to hurt you. I feel terrible about it, I really do. And yeah, I know that's not enough to make up for what I've done. So I want to make amends whatever it takes. If you want me to give you my life now, I will. If you want me to spend the rest of my days paying for my sin, I can do that too. I'm an irredeemable monster and a killer. I take pleasure in hurting people. You're right to be afraid of me. I am. I'm genuinely sorry for what I did to you, though. I never wanted to see you dead. Sorry, I can't come up with anything better to say. Let's bring her outside. Would you carry her body, please? You should be the one to carry her. You're far better suited to the job. My right arm is in no condition to be picking anything up. I'll help you lift her then. You said it was my words she needed to hear most, but ultimately, it was you who saved her. And me who made that necessary. She wanted to be delivered by two gods by the hands of an angel. So the angels should carry her. I can't. It wouldn't be right. Please, would you do it for her? Very well. Water. Jacobina puts the necklace around Morgana's neck, then lifts her dead body off the ground and places her in my arms. He opens the door, heading the four-man position out of the tower as he headed. I walk at the back of the line. Each step they take down the spiral staircase is slow and ponderous, as if weighed down by the knowledge of their sins, that they must make their way to the place they would make their atonements. I wasn't able to prevent Morgana's death, but I was able to uncover the truth. I accomplished something. The sum of everything I did these 3 days should be enough to change your heart and change the course of their next lives. They should be able to avoid the tragedies I witnessed through each of the doors. When we step through this door and people see Morgana's body, we will be made to pay for our sins. Ultimately, I'm the one responsible. So the two of you are welcome to stay behind. I'm coming with you. A girl died because of things I did. I can't just pretend I didn't have anything to do with it. To do with me. No, I want to. I never had any intention of fleeing. You may have been the one running the operation, but I did just as many terrible things as you. Well then. Say, Michelle. Yes. I figured this is probably my last chance to say it, so thank you for convincing me to hand over my key. For giving me the courage to open my eyes. You always had the courage within you, Mel. You simply needed a little help finding it. It wasn't my strength that allowed you to take action, but your own. You sure know how to make someone feel better about themselves. I like to be a little stronger next time around, if there really is a next life. I like to be strong enough to face whatever comes my way. To not run away or try to ignore it. I have no doubt you will be. The trials you made to face are great. and every few of them of your own making. Yours is tragedy of circumstance, of feeling kept secrets, and good intentions gone wrong. If you can face the problem when it arises rather than look away, I'm certain you can find your way to a better future. You mean my next life? I do. I trust you know what you're talking about then. And I'll burn your advice into my soul, don't look away. Please do. I'm glad to have met you. If there is a next life, I like it if we could be friends. Just so you know, you'll never convince me to go on walks around the lakes or take naps out in the sun. But well, that makes you sound like a very gloomy, unpleasant person to be around. Just joking. Thank you. You're welcome. You know, you kept telling me you weren't an angel, but you actually are, aren't you? I promise you I'm a regular man. You told Morgana you were an angel. I only... Angel and demons don't get along very well, so I'd rather not run into you in my next life. I appreciate what you did there though. I'll do my best to be more human next time. Please do. If I repeat to myself what you told me, that what I need most is restraint as I make my departure from this world, then maybe I won't forget it, even if I do lose my memories. Burn it into my soul. I really like that. I think I'll follow the boy's lead there. That would be the best. And I'll be praying that even if you aren't capable of love, you'll be able to live a peaceful life with a good woman who loves you. That you'll be able to make her happy by doing so. I still think she'd be better off never knowing me. Whether you want her to or not, she's most certainly going to meet you and fall in love with you. You know, now that I think about it, she's not as normal as I first thought. She's a particular woman. I can't say I disagree. Well, I guess this is goodbye then. That it is. I know everyone else is doing it, but I've got nothing to say to you. I didn't expect you would. Though I suppose I do have something I'd like to say to you. And what might that be? Be more open with yourself. If you had only put your feelings into words, things wouldn't have turned out differently, in both this life and your next. Coming from you, a man who looks even more closed up than me, that rubs me in a very much the wrong way. Do I really look that closed off? In more ways than one, yeah. That part of me is deeply ingrained. You telling me to open up won't magically disentangle my personality and make it be. I don't think you're as twisted as you believe you are. I'll consider it if this next life nonsense you're selling is true. Please do. Lord have mercy. One hell of a man certainly busts his way into my life. The last thing I expected was for an outsider to be the one to get us to open that door. Impressive work for one man. It was not only my doing. I had help from a number of people. it was you, Giselle, who did most in getting me here. I'm not as big a man as the three of you make me out to be. Before this, I lost so much. I felt utterly powerless. I was on the verge of abandoning all hope. But having the opportunity to meet all of you, to spend time with you and the people around you, it did a great deal to revitalize my spirit, despite the atrocities involved. So I thank you. I pray your next lives may turn out better. I suppose we should get going then. Off to pay for our crimes, to relieve her soul from some of its pain. And I suppose to make sure their next lives go a little better. Let's... He places a hand on the large door, and takes a step forward. The door lets out a heavy groan, and the moonlight slips through the widening crack. It's all over now. I did it. I changed the past. Oh! What? What the hell? What I see beyond the door is not the nighttime courtyard. The sun hangs in the sky, shining down on the blood-soaked grass. Why, what's going on? Oh no, what's happened? That's when I notice. The Fata Morgana body is gone from my arms. And then... out in the courtyard. Nellie! I see a flaxen-haired girl vomit blood and fall to the ground. A young man kneel over her, takes his own life. No. They're dead, and dying town folks all around the nun. The sword man is cured as he scrambles to reach her. And at the door just to my back. Jacopino! No! The Lord lies unmoving, lump against the wooden frame in a pool of blood. How can this be? We were all just talking 1 minute, not a minute ago. How the hell did we go from that to this? Why? Why, damn it? I changed the past, did I not? I steered them away from this outcome. I changed. Oh, that's what this is. As much as I don't want to believe it, it makes sense. The sense that something wasn't quite right has been feeling ever since I've been feeling ever since I got here. The darkness that swelled up when I touched the necklace. I was never in the past at all. This isn't the real world. It's the realm of the dead. The same domain in which the cursed mansion resides. Which is why, when I arrived here, something felt off. Because death filled the air. Somewhere deep down, I could sense the similarity between here and the mansion. The gathering place of departed souls. It was never possible for me to travel back in time, to exist and interact with the real past. I was able to summon the darkness because this isn't the real world, merely a reconstruction, a projection of their soul memories. It was all set in stone long ago. None of the time I spent with them was real. Every emotional moment I thought I shared with them was all an illusion. None of my conversation, none of the smiles I managed to get out of them were real. I was never there. I was never present in the past with them. I'm currently some time after all that time beyond the era Morgana lived. beyond the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. What I spoke of as their next lives was actually their past lives. All true tragedies are history. Immutable, irreversible history. There's nothing to change anymore. Really? What then did I fight so hard to achieve? What did I accomplish by warning them of their next life, by convincing them to endeavor to take different paths? Nothing. Was it all for nothing? I go limp at the sight of it all, dropping to my knees and sending ripples through the sea of blood. Morgana, the girl who called me an angel and asked me to deliver her unto her father, is still chained up inside the tower. What did I accomplish? What purpose did anything I do serve? Was it all just a big damn waste of time? But my cries go unanswered, simply fading into the dead air. Giselle, who kept me going for so much of this ordeal, is still silent. No, I did accomplish something. It wasn't a waste of time. Everything I did, it wasn't for nothing. I may not have changed the past. I may not have stopped their tragedies, but I achieved something. I uncovered their stories. I learned the truth of everyone's involvement. You can't take that away from me. I know you're out there, Morgana. I know you've been watching this whole time. You know the truth now. I accomplished that much. That has to change how you see them at least a little. If the present Morgana has a change of heart, decides to let go of her hatred, then that should cause the cursed mansion to disappear. Set their souls free. I'll take that leap of faith. That's what I've done is enough. And make my way back, believing there's a future for them beyond their tragedies. I'm coming back, Morgana. I'm returning to that house. To that whirl of blackness seething with hatred. To my present. I'm gonna try this once more. An honest attempt to really see you. To face you, Morgana. I'll be there as soon as I can. Kneeling in a puddle of blood, I turn my gaze towards the heavens. Searing sunlight is slowly eroding by the darkness. My body, mind, and soul soon falls after. The bloody corpse-riddled country are dissolved. And I find myself once more in an utterly lightless void. I clench my teeth as hard as I can manage. Squeeze my eyes as tight as I can. Because that's the only way I could keep the screams back. The tears from spilling down my cheeks. Michelle. Open your eyes, Michelle. Come to me. Oh, is that... Who is that? And why is she holding a sword? Oh, is that the Morgana's second personality? What? The white-haired girl. We meet at last. What? Why is the white-haired girl here? Never mind that. Where am I? I was trying to get back to the mansion. How did I end up here? Do you know who I am? Of course I do. How could I not know who you are? Splendid. But what are you doing here? Why is there a sword in your hand? And why can I not speak? I was able to return to this gathering place of souls thanks to your effort. Your uncovering of truth of those events that transpired so many years ago allowed me to remember everything I had forgotten. To remember who I am. Remember who you are. You mean you're a part of Morgana? My apologies, bringing your soul here without any preparation has left you a bit of a nebulous state. But my heart told me I had to do this now. Though you have no voice, I can feel your presence quite clearly. Oh Michel, namesake of the great Archangel Michel, a man of tremendous virtue. I brought here to ask for your assistance. I pray you will be able to help me. My request for you is simple. Take this blade and with it extinguish my soul. You... what are you? Extinguish your soul. I realize it's a screw for me to ask this of you. And for that I deeply apologize. But I want it to be you who sends me off. Could you grant this girl her selfish request? That's not why I sought the truth. Not because I wanted to see anyone extinguished. But because I want to set everyone free from the mansion's cursed bond. Because I wanted to put an end to the cycle of pain and suffering. Because I wanted to save every last person caught in this tragic quagmire. That includes you. And you're asking me to eradicate your souls. I must be destroyed. You can't tell me that after everything you've seen, you haven't realized that I have no place in their lives. While it's true Morgana wished for misfortune to befall them, if I had been there, none of their tragedies would have taken place. If I hadn't been there, the flaxen-haired girl would have been able to let go of her yearning for her brother. If I hadn't been there, the shipwrecked merchant lover will not have lost her place as his tether. If I hadn't been there, the ambitious businessman would not have been betrayed by his close friend. Why are you acting like this is all your fault? Are you trying to say everyone would be better off without you? I was not a victim in the tragedies. I'm a cupid, whatever, for them. A cupid. Like hell you were. I saw everything from start to finish. You didn't intend for anything bad to befall anyone. You always acted out of the good of your heart. And you're trying to tell me that makes you comfortable. I know I'm mispronouncing that, but I don't care. What do you say we answer one last lingering question, Michelle? The question of what I am. The explanation might be a bit lengthy, but I would like to share it with you before I depart. I was, as you asserted, created by Morgana's mind as it broke down in that tower. I was born to be receptible for her pain, to erase her suffering. But there is more to the story than that, Michelle. Upon her death, Morgana's soul was afflicted with great pain resulting from the hatred and resentment she bore. The fact that she viewed herself as a saint only served to amplify that agony. Her identity as a saint gave her purpose in life, while simultaneously constraining her. A saint must put herself second to all others. She must be caring, generous, forgiving. and she mustn't bear any ill will for anyone. That was not how she felt deep down, though. She was not a saint out of the goodness of her heart. She wanted to hate them, but her identity would not allow her. Those two conflicting aspects of herself tore Morgana apart. She was unable to withstand it. So she took her saintly characteristic and gave them to me, caring for others, putting herself second, being forgiving. And then she severed that part of her soul. So that's why she always seemed so abnormally pure-hearted. I was no longer a part of Morgana, but something entirely separate. However, I wasn't me yet either. When you came to the mansion and resurrected Morgana, you resurrected me as well. But I had no self at first. I was, suppose, not much different than the other particles of dust floating around the mansion. But eventually that dust gained a sense of self, taking form as a human soul, and descended into a realm of man and the fate which governed it. What do you think the first thing a new soul wishes for when it's born, Michelle? To live. I wished for continued existence in this world. In a world where I was never meant to exist. I refuse to accept that there's anything wrong with wanting to live. I was supposed to remain with Morgana as a part of her. I was never meant to be a soul of my own. To become one who was a turn against the laws of the universe. I wished to live, and Morgana wished to curse the three men's souls. Though we sought after completely separate things, because we were once two parts of a whole, each of our wishes were shaped by the other. In order for an incomplete soul like mine to survive, it needs something to bind itself to the world, something strong enough to prevent the universe from correcting the anomaly. And so the wish of that anomaly gave birth to yet another anomaly. A house that sat outside the curtains of time. One that could descend into the mortal realm at various times and places. And it was that house that served as a tether for my soul. You mean it wasn't Morgana's power that created the mansion, but your own wish. And why did it have to be that house that bound me to the world? Because that was where she lingered, the girl from which I was formed. Which meant that my wish had the consequence of granting Morgana's with it. The house, having attained particularly whatever, served as a place for those reconstructed by Morgana's curse to return to. Furthermore, my connection with her had another consequence. I was the one most affected by her wish. As much as I say I have wanted to do good for them to be happy, my faith was dedicated by her wish. In that position, my merely showing affection for anyone who was damnable. Falling in love was an act of villainy. My very presence malevolent. Don't say it. Oh wait, am I skipping things? Well, don't say that, okay. I was the true witch, the true demon child. Stop talking, please. It should have never been possible for me to have a life at all. Please stop. The universe must be returned to its proper state, Michelle. Don't talk about yourself like that. I must be erased, and Morgana's soul restores to its original form. But why? I do not belong here. I never belonged here. What's so wrong with wanting to live? The defects must be repaired. You're not a defect. Damn it. Why couldn't I be able to get a word in now, at least? The restoration will not be instantaneous. It took many years for me to be formed, and it will take as long, if not longer, for the process to be reversed. But our soul will eventually return to its proper state. And perhaps, when our soul is restored, Morgana won't be a human. Perhaps she will be a butterfly, resting upon the lips of a flower. Perhaps she will be that flower. Perhaps she will be the breeze that which the flower sways. But whichever form she takes, it will be her, whole and complete. With me gone, no more tragedies will take place. So please take the sword and extinguish me. Put an end to this cycle of misery. I want you to be the one who does it. Please. Kill me. I have a choice. I have a choice. I can't. Revelation, yes. I can't. You're asking too much of me. Yes, I want to save Morgana's soul. But do you really have to die for that to happen? Is there not some other way? Won't you do this for me? I cannot. I can never take that sword. I know it's unfair for me to ask this of you. But I want it to be you. As selfish, hold on. There we go. As selfish a request as it may be, I want the curtain drawn on this Intraz life. By the man I admired so deeply. You admired me? Let's talk a little bit about that admiration, shall we? And where I got my physical appearance. This goes back to when I was a mere particulate matter drifting about the house. While I still stand no mind of my own at that point, I witnessed everything that took place within the house. In that moment of your death, Michelle, I was born. You saw my death. Your actions that day appeared to me as the very definition of selfless and honorable. Your life bore many similarities with Morgana. You were both abused, imprisoned, and called witch. But while Morgana sought vengeance, you watched your own mother burn your crucified body, and you wished for release rather than vengeance. There's nothing honorable about that. I had just lost all hope for myself. I expect you will disagree with me that say that it was a sign of your weakness. But that was not how I interpreted it. Self-sacrifice being one of the core characteristics Morgana gave to me, I was deeply moved. So you didn't curse those who had wronged you in life, you chose your own destruction, and admired that strength of spirit. That admiration helped shape my wish to determine the form I would take, the name I would have. That's why whenever I gained a physical body, it was modeled after yours, with snow white hair and ruby red eyes. Why my name was Michelle after the same angel from whom you took yours. I'm not. I'm in no way worthy of anyone's admiration. My admiration caused both you and the woman you love a great deal of pain. For that I apologize. But it also shows just how much I wanted to be like you. I wouldn't ask for you, if you wouldn't be so kind to consider this a great favor for a straight, starry-eyed little girl. A girl who quite literally idolized you to her very soul. Don't. I couldn't ask for a greater honor. How can you tell me that? Than to be erased from the world by you, my idol. Then ask me to kill you. Please, Michelle. Be the one to send me off. I can't do it. No matter how many times you ask, I can't kill someone who's told me they wanted to live. I know what it's like to wish for life. I don't know if you realize it yet, Michelle, but this is the first time we actually met. The story of the fourth door was Morgana's creation, which means until now we've never been in the same place while both aware of the other's presence. As far as you should be concerned, I'm a complete stranger, yet you still hesitate. I'm glad you're reluctant, but you showed me enough sympathy. I don't consider you a stranger at all. Indeed, this is the first time we formally met, but I watch you go through so much. I've seen you live 3 different lives. I've seen the impact you had on the people behind all 3 of those doors. You are in no way a stranger. With my erasure, Morgana's soul will eventually become whole again. Her curse and her eternal cycle of agony it brings will be no more. When I am gone, everything will return to its rightful place. I implore you to not hesitate any longer. Are there really no other options? Is killing you really the only way to make things right? To release everyone from this curse? I am delighted to have finally been able to meet you, the man whom I model after. I'm incapable of taking my own life, Michelle. God's teaching prohibits it as much. My identity as a saint prevents me from doing it. No, I don't want you to commit suicide. I want to find some way for you to live, to remain a part of this world. I know that by asking this of you, I'm causing you great heartache, and for that I offer you my sincerest apologies. But so long as I continue to exist in this world, Morgana can never truly have redemption. Tell me, who it is you've been fighting so hard to save? That doesn't mean that I didn't want to save you too. I believe I could save everyone summoned to the mansion, so that no one will have to suffer anymore. That there will be no more tragedies. Michelle, take the sword, please. Blank. Worry not, Michelle. Doing this will allow you to save everyone. You cast off the darkness inhabiting the house. Set all its prisoners free. Give Morgana her salvation. And give me mine as well. Extinguishing my soul will be my salvation. I had a full, satisfying life, even if every moment of it was rooted in iniquity. I had well beyond my share of happiness. I don't need any more. Oh, Michelle, namesake of the great archangel, Michelle, a man of tremendous virtue, I ask of you to please draw this cycle of misfortune to an end, to take this blade and deliver everyone from their fates. It must be you, Michelle. You must be the one to do this. Oh, damn it. Hold on, save. Take the sword. It said take the sword, it didn't say slay the girl. So, I'm guessing... Thank you, Michelle, for having the strength to do what must be done. And I apologize for putting you in such a difficult position. Once my soul has been erased, I'll be gone from this world forever. I will not return, not in this, nor in any other form. I feel no woes in that knowledge, though. I welcome my destruction with the utmost joy. However, if it wouldn't be too much to ask for you to keep just a little bit of me in the corner of your soul, Michelle, to remember me, remember the life I lived. That would make it all worthwhile. Thank you, Michelle. You may very well be a genuine... The whiteness surrounding me evaporates, and I find myself back to the observation. I've been going for a long time. I just realized that. Yeah, we're gonna finish it today. And I find myself back in the observation tower. I can still feel in my hand the impact of the sword piercing her breast. Oh no. Damn it. Why? Why couldn't there be some other way? Erasing a soul is not salvation. God damn it all. She deserves better. So much better than that. No. Now is not the time to grieve. There's work to be done. A girl whom I must offer the chance for salvation. I must cry over the white-haired girl's death now. There are things I need to take care of first. Morgana. Morgana stands there staring off absent-mindedly into the distance. After some time, she slowly turns to face me. What exactly was that all about? Come on, say something. Answer me. Morgana. How? It doesn't make any sense. He and the Lord, they couldn't. There were two different lords. The one at the estate and the one who locked you in the tower. How? What was he doing there? That's not... I didn't. The man I was trying to curse was the Lord who drew the blood Sabbaths. How did I? Are you saying I remembered wrong? That's ridiculous, I won't hear it. I won't have it for a second. You're in a very tremulous condition, Morgana. More than even you realized. You can't assume everything you saw in that state of mind to be true. Why, just why? That only makes it much worse. Why would he do that? How could he kill me? He said. He said he would show me the world. I cried for him. And he turns out to be the one pulling the strings. He saw what led to this. He heard what he had to say for himself. Misunderstanding what went unresolved. That should have been cleared up immediately. What he did was wrong. Indefensible as far as I'm concerned. This all could have been avoided if he had told you everything. That said, Morgana, I can somewhat sympathize with how he felt then. You can sympathize with that monster? In what way? He loved you, sincerely loved you. And to be the target of such vitriol from a girl he cared so dearly about, to be mistaken for someone else entirely. I can understand how that would have hurt. It doesn't matter. That doesn't change anything. Like I said before, you started all this. It doesn't change anything. Does this revelation change what happened to me? Does it make me any less of a hate-filled witch? What does it matter if he had his reasons? What does it matter if he's not who I thought he was? That doesn't change the fact that I despise him with every fiber of my being. It's time to let go of Morgana. I met with a white-haired girl. I know her true nature. That's not me. You're right. I cannot definitely say that you and the white-haired girl are the one and the same. However, I can say with certainty that she was a part of you. A creation of your broken spirit. The fact remains that she was closer to you than anyone else. In every sense of the word. Can you see the situation you're in, Morgana? The terrible, tragic irony of it all. You've cursed yourself along with everyone else. You brought ruin to a life of your own creation numerous times. You murdered yourself. It's time to let go, Morgana. There's only pain to be found in continuing down this road. Morgana. I take a step towards her and she steps back, quietly maintaining our distance. I can almost hear trembling in her voice as she says, "Stay back. You stay away from me. You have nothing to be afraid of, Morgana. I won't hurt you." I said stay back, you. I bet you think this is hilarious. That I'm blind and a fool. Morgana. Yes, good on you, my dear. You reveal my biggest secret. That I'm a feeble-minded little girl with a poor memory. You've uncovered the truth of my dad. Discovered the white-haired girl's true identity. I've always presumed she was you. How foolish of me. Laughing like I knew anything. Cursing an entirely wrong man. Absolutely brilliant, you might say. I made myself into quite the laughing stock. I'm not going to laugh at you. I'm not going to laugh about your pain, Morgana. I've come to realize that perhaps I empathize with you out of more than just your shared loneliness. We both yoke with unimaginable misfortune. Live our life in lamenting our fates. I understand your pain. That boat has long since sailed. You're right, it has. This is a realization I should have come to much sooner. Though you said it wouldn't have mattered. I still should have made an effort to get to know you in life. I feel guilty about how I constantly push you away. So, I like to make up for that now. I approach Morgana's hands stretched out towards her. She stands there bewildered as I place them on her shoulders, pulling her in. Not for my own comfort, as I had so many times before, and not out of some pretense sense of pity for a sad pile of bones. I embrace her and all the pain and loneliness she holds inside. Her body gives off no warmth, and weightless as a skeleton all those many years ago. She, like me, lost so much in life. But unlike me, she had no one there in her final moments. It's alright, Morgana. Everything is okay now. The tale behind the fourth door may have been a fabrication, but the creative soul is always somewhere to be found in her creation. Knowing the inseparable link between her and the white-haired girl, that is where I'll find what I'm looking for. I'm here for you. You're not alone, Morgana. We can end all the suffering together. It's going to be okay. What's wrong with you? Have you completely lost it? Do I need to remind you of everything I've done? Of all the pain I've caused you? No reminders necessary. You did quite a number on me indeed. And do you want to tell me how we went from that to you holding me? You didn't do what you did out of particular grudge against me. Of that much I was always certain. So I hold nothing against you. I bear no ill will. Nor am I certain does Giselle. You're much too forgiving. I imagine there is something about having experienced the kind of pain we have that makes it hard to harbor any ill will towards one of our own kind. Shared trauma or not, you and that woman really are something. God, there are no words for how much you irritate me. The bite slowly drains from Morgana's voice, and in the quiets, I think I hear a muffled attempt to hold back a whimper. I pull away slightly, putting a hand on her chin and lifting her head. She quickly averts her eyes, but that doesn't knock my hand away. As I reach them into her hood and gently set them against her cheeks. I run my fingers across the exposed flesh, then slowly pulling back the hood covering her face. Oh, look at that. You're quite pretty without your face, isn't it? Oh, her name is Morgana! Not Morgana the witch. Not the witch Morgana. I didn't think you were the flattering type. I assure you I'm not. Go on, touch your cheeks. Now this is the girl you were always meant to be. If Morgana had a less harrowing life, this is probably what she would have looked like at 16. You know, you look a little like the white-haired girl. Shut up. We look nothing alike, I can assure you of that. She was a very antithesis of me. But she was also once a part of you. The last thing I want is to be like her in any way. And why is that? Because I never liked that girl at all. Always putting others before herself. Always watching her was aggravating. Although, in retrospect, she was everything about myself I deem unnecessary. So that might explain why it was so hard to watch. Also, I was so sure she was you, which made it all the more frustrating. Why would her being me bother you so much? Because that wasn't you. You're aggressive, you yell, you fight. Is that how she saw me? How wouldn't it bother me that you came back as a quiet, passive, subservient girl? How wouldn't it bother me if you came back as a quiet, passive, subservient girl? Of course, now I know that it wasn't you, so... You're that sure it was me despite thinking we were nothing alike. Apparently so. Hold on a second. Why would that bother you? I'll let you figure that on your own. Huh? It's not important. So you've got my attention. What are you planning to do now? To leave the mansion with you. Set everyone free and break the curse. Setting him free will set you free as well. So you want me to release their souls? Exactly. Just so you know, I haven't forgiven them. My hatred isn't going to just vanish like it was nothing. I'll never be able to forgive them completely. But, you're right. This has gone on long enough. Morgana. I'm not even sure what I'm gonna do anymore. And it's all your fault. So sure, I'll release their souls. I'm so glad to hear it. However, I don't want to see them alone. I'm not sure I'll be able to set them free if I have to face them on my own. That won't be a problem. I'll go with you. We go see them together. You get to be my guide this time then. Get to take up Giselle's old mantle. That I'll do. I do. Even if it means taking this hand. Yeah, that's cool. I don't know what you're talking about. That's cool. You honestly think I have any reservations about reputation about that? God, I swear. You really are the worst. Lead the way, my dear. To where the souls wait. Hand in hand we travel the cursed mansion corridors. The halls will flow with darkness, cutting off the sun and devoid of color. Despite having spent much time in this place, it never stopped being depressingly gloomy. No one, for any reason, should be left behind in a place like this. We cross through the living room, making our way to the back garden door. Some elves first. There are no children laughing beyond the door, but I can faintly smell the flowers. Michelle, what am I supposed to say to them? If nothing comes to mind, you don't have to say anything. I get the feeling they have something to say to you though. So if you would, try to hear them out. I'm not looking forward to this. It'll go fine, I promise. Nothing that happens could possibly make things worse than they already are. The only way to go from here is up, so up we go. Let's go, then I suppose. A hollow breeze brushes through the grey-filled rose garden. The shadow standing there turns towards us. It gradually starts looking more and more like the young man it once was. Morgana. It's okay. We're here to free your soul. Michelle. You forgive me what I did, Morgana. No, I don't. All this means is I'm done cursing you. Either way, thank you. I know what I'm doing here now. Or I guess I remember what I'm doing here. I deserve to be cursed after everything I've done to you. It can't have been easy, that's for sure. I'm sorry for all the pain I caused. What is done, I guess. Still, I wasn't lying when I said I wanted to be friends. I meant it. I really did. I know why you did what you did. Why you sold me out. Some people might say you had no other choice. But as the girl you actually sold out, those are words you never hear from my lips. Fair enough. Nonetheless, objectively speaking, you too were a victim. Do you not resent me for punishing you in spite of that? Huh? I presume you're now able to recall everything, both your first life and the second one I subjected you to, when the house was called Rose Manor. Yeah. What happened then was a result of my wish. You have every right to despise me. The way I see it, with or without your curse, Nellie still would have had the same feelings for me. It was my fault for being too tense to realize she'd thought of me as some more than a brother. Things would have turned out the way they did regardless. The white-haired girl was the spark that set her off though. And it was because of me she ended up at that mansion. My wish was to see your life utterly ruined. And in the service of that desire, the white-haired girl was born into that era as your half-sister. So I disagree, my curse did play a significant role in your fate. Regardless, I don't feel like it would have been right for me to blame you. Things turned out the way they did. Because I was weak and ran from the problems instead of facing it. Michelle Lee wouldn't have to get hurt either. If only I had had more of a spine. I guess calling her Michelle is kinda confusing with Michelle here, huh? Yes, so stop it. How should I refer to her then? Girl Michelle maybe? Creativity is not your strong suit, is it? She wouldn't happen to be around, would she? No, don't. She departed from this world because I killed her. Or perhaps it would be better to say she returned to her rightful place in it. The girl you know as Michelle is gone forever. That's too bad. I was hoping I could apologize to her too. I believe you made your feelings quite clear. Not that she would hold it against you if you didn't apologize. That's simply her nature. Oh. Well, Morgana, I'm so sorry for everything. I'm going to free your soul from the bonds of this mansion. After which it should return to its rightful place. Okay. But before that, I still got one last thing I'd like to say to you, Michelle. To me. It was a little hazy, but I did kind of get to see what you were up to until just a little bit ago. If you hadn't done that, done what you did for me, for Nelly, for Morgana, for everyone, I'm not sure I would have been able to work up the guts to apologize. I'm pretty sure I would have still been convinced until I wasn't at fault. It may not have been real, but your efforts wasn't in vain. Thank you. You're welcome. Well, I guess this is a goodbye. Farewell, Mel. Until our souls cross paths once more in the boundless sphere of fate. Goodbye, Morgana. Oh, he's gone. Just like that? Really? You don't have to tell me that he wasn't a bad person. But bad people aren't the only ones who had to do bad things. Yes, that is true. But having a conscience can be a double-edged sword. The regret is so overwhelming you don't want to believe you could do something so awful that some outside force must be to blame. So I hope you're willing to accept at least part of his apology. Lead the way, my dear, to where the next soul awaits. The staircase leading to the cellar is quiet, the air is still. No sounds of flesh being devoured, no stench of blood. Just darkness reaching ever downwards. I'm going to have to ask you to go in first this time. I don't mind, but why? I'd rather not be skewered. It'll be fine, I'm sure I doubt he'll attack. I can't say I'm anywhere near as confident as you. So you get to be my meat shield, should anything go wrong. Yeah, so that's so that's what I am to her. We may not have bodies, but we are still capable of feeling pain. You don't have to remind me. I have to say, I'm surprised you actually made it to the top of the tower. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Half and half. Regardless, don't assume you're safe just because you're already dead. If he were to attack and destroy your soul, you'll be erased for all eternity. There would be no coming back in any shape or form after any amount of time. Just something to keep in mind. I'm not worried. We shouldn't have any trouble talking to him. If you say so. Then off we go. I push open the cellar door. Behind it, a shadow of a man sits on the floor leaning against a stack of boxes. He slowly rises to his feet upon hearing us enter. As he does, the blackness is away, revealing the man. I almost didn't recognize you. Your face, it's not how I remember it. is back to normal. I see. So you weren't a witch. You were a pretty human girl. You look a little like the blind girl. No, I do not. Not one bit. If anything, he looks far more like her than I. White hair, red eyes. They even have almost the same name. I think comparing her to a large, door-looking man is a bit disrespectful. Don't pretend you look any more approachable. He's not even half the man you think he is. Was that really necessary, Morgana? He is a man. He's indisputably a man, no matter what reason you have to claim otherwise. Actually, can angels be male or female? Can you please cut it out with the angel thing already? So, what brings you two down here? We are here to free a soul. You're forgiving me? No. Absolutely not. However, I decided there's no point in punishing you any further. I see. You are, in no uncertain terms, one of the most evil men I have ever encountered. I can hardly argue with that. Should you so desire, I can eradicate you. Morgana, what are... Let me finish, Michelle. Instead of letting your soul return, I can erase it. Your existence is a scar on the world. The allure of killing is too strong for you to resist. Even without my curse, you will still bring pain and misfortune to others. You're right, and that will probably be for the best. The world would be better off without me. And I know that. I do. But I don't want to disappear. As you wish. Then I'll release your soul. Before I go, allow me to burn this into my soul. You must resist temptation if you are to blend to it. Blend in. You are to resist temptation if you were to blend in. So in my next life I won't be a killer. I suppose it would trying. Do your best. I will. Farewell, Yukimasa. I was right, his name is Yukimasa. Until our souls cross paths once more, in the boundless fair as fate. Farewell, Morgana. He's not the only one who derive pleasures from other pains. Morgana. It's strange. Setting him free, I both feel like a weight has been lifted. And like I'm the greatest villain of them all. Perhaps by forgiving them, you can come to forgive yourself. But if I forgive them, would that make everything I've done up to now? The first step towards moving on. Could you forgive those who wronged you then? The woman who tormented you, your brother who made a mockery of you, your eldest brother who took your life, your mother, so unwilling to accept you she burned you at the stake. The villagers who falsely accuse you of being a witch, your father who raped the woman you love. Could you forgive them? If they are willing to repent. And if they weren't, What if they showed up intent of causing you more pain than I suppose I'm not acting much better than any of them right now. Let's go. We have one more soul to set free. Yeah, this is gonna be the hardest one too. Jacopino. Jacopino. Is it Jacopino or is it Jacob? Or Joseph or whatever I name him at the beginning. I'm gonna call him Jacopino. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Is Giselle really there with you? Because I can't sense her at all. If she were in the mansion, I would know. But I can't feel her presence anywhere. Be honest with me. You can't feel her either, can't you? Aye. Are you sure her soul hasn't extinguished? She's here, I'm certain of it. Lost somewhere. I'm sorry, there's something. Okay, whatever. She's here, I'm certain that lost somewhere deep in the mansion's darkness. Once we purge that darkness, she should be free to return. I have faith in her. I see. Well, I'm not sure how much this means coming from me. But I hope you see her again. I will. And thank you. I am actually rather fond of her, Giselle. Although I suppose it's hard not to get a little attached to someone you spent several hundred years with. Just attached. Giselle, she's fairly fond of you herself. I can only hope. The smell of cigarette smoke seeped through the cracks of the den door. It's perfectly quiet behind the tower. No chatter nor clacking of billiards balls. Morgana appears slightly reluctant to step through the door, or perhaps she's tense. Shall we? Her hand in mine. I push open the door. A shadow is perched on the edge of the dark green rectangular table. He freezes for a moment when he hears us enter. Quickly finding his composure and marching towards us, determination in his step. The shadow dissolves, revealing the man. Morgana. Your face, it's healed. It did. It's been a long time coming. And would you look at that? Not a letdown. Was it him that healed you? Yes, it was him. Well, I was always hoping I'll be the one to have the honor. You lost that qualification when you... Yeah, I know. I'm the one who made you into the witch. The one who killed you. I don't expect or deserve your forgiveness. I still lack a chance to make amends. And any way you wish. Even if it means being cursed for all eternity. I'm here to release your soul. Once that is done, it's for me. No curses, no forgiveness. Nothing. So you're cutting ties completely. Damn. Truthfully, I had no idea how you felt about me. But then that ship sailed long ago. Far, far too long ago. I know. Nothing can change how I feel about you, not anymore. I bet. I'm going to release your soul now. Could you hold off on that for a moment? I don't expect you to recuperate or even accept. But if I don't put my feelings in the word, I will never get them through to you. I think that's how she put it. That's how she put it anyways. She? So I asked... Oh, Maria. Damn it, I thought it was Giselle. So I asked for this one last chance to put them into words. Morgana. Fine. The girl with the white hair. My wife. Michelle, whatever. Something about that name always felt off to me. I can never shake the feeling that calling her that was somehow wrong. When I first saw her that smile. I was dead certain that she was what I had always been missing from my life. That I finally found what I've been searching for. And now I know why. Because I felt you in her. And memories of you ingrained into my soul. You should know better than anyone that we're nothing alike. That girl wouldn't say anything remotely impolite, even if you held a knife to her throat. You're right, you're nothing alike. But you both got this aura about you that drew me in. Your soul's aura. I love you dearly, Morgana. I've got no right to ask anything of you, I know. But could you maybe smile for me? Just once is all I ask. No, goodbye. I can't do it. Oh, he's still here. I should. I know I should. That it would let us end things on a nice note. But I can't force myself to smile. It wouldn't be fair. Yeah, I guess you're right. Sorry for putting you in that position. I've said my piece. I'm ready now. Okay. Very well then. Farewell, Jacopino. Until our souls cross paths once more in the boundless sphere as fate. Goodbye, Morgana. You couldn't have done anything more for him. Such as... I won't deny that my feelings about him are complicated. But things he did to me, they eclipse all that. Merely learning the truth, hearing how he felt, is nowhere near enough to erase that. Can't you at least put a little hope in your next lives? That maybe you two could try again? No, I can't. I don't want to encounter him again, ever. Then if nothing else, could you try not to forget what he did to save you once? I suppose. Though my salvation, through my salvation, Michelle, was not ultimately at his hands. I was watching to the very end. It may all have been an illusion constructed from the memories of everyone's souls. But that didn't make your actions any less real. The things you said to me, your earnest desperation. Learning the truth is only why I decided to release their souls. The biggest reason, however, was seeing how far you went for me. If you hadn't been there for my debt, if you hadn't done what you did, then I would not have freed them. Nonetheless, it's unfair of me to wish you've shown him that smile, please, Morgana. Well, that's the last of them. Shall we be off now? The front door should be open, now that I'm not willing to close it closed any longer. Shall we take our leave of this house? Oh, wait. Wait, this is an option? There's one more stop. What other stop is there to make? Giselle, right. We need to save Giselle. There's still one more soul that need releasing. What? Who? Be my guide. Still holding Morgana's hand, I make my way to the wall. Oh yeah, she trapped somebody in a painting. Where the landscape painting hangs. Who is in the painting? Michelle. He told me to come back if I ever figure out your name. What's his name? George's. Oh. Very. Oh, okay. It makes sense now. Hey, I'm Michelle. Hello. How'd you figure out it was me? Of course I recognize my own brother. Well, granted I didn't recognize you at first. It's not every day your big bro winds up in the painting, huh? It came as quite a surprise when I finally made a connection. But I did. Hold on a minute. You two are brothers? I assume you knew. Oh, hello there. Quite the companion you got there, Michelle. So, what brings you to my low corner of the house? I've decided I'm going to extinguish this mansion. Oh, really? Well, isn't that something? You act like I just told you... What? You act like I just told you what I'm having for supper. This place is going to disappear forever. Well, yeah, sure, but what brought about this? I've lost interest in cursing them. Ah, now that's some good news. You seem to get along surprisingly well with her. Oh wait, that was Michelle? Oh. Time out the hoo-haws and nobody else to talk to will do that to you. Not that she ever gave me the time of day much. You expect me to stand here and listen to you yammer on for hours on end? The only thing you're good for is tossing rubbish into. Wait, so she was the one who put the master bedroom key in the painting? There she was. Just toss her right on in without even asking. Why would you get rid of the key to my room? I had no use for it, and being in that room always made me uncomfortable. It has this terrible warmth to it. I couldn't stand it. Ah. So glad she only tossed the key though. It would have been bad if you threw me out with it. I didn't see the need. I did find it curious that there was a soul here I hadn't summoned, but you were ultimately harmless. So I simply pretended you weren't there. So she ignored him for hundreds of years. I understand now that what you meant, Michelle, when you said this world didn't belong only to me. Your brother was able to find his way here, because it's a place deeply bound to your soul. I'm no expert on none of this spiritual stuff. All I know is one day I was just here. And here, and full of regrets. So if I had to guess, I'd say probably ended up here because I wanted to be somewhere where I could feel you, Michelle. George, would you be so kind to let me apologize? I know quite well how sorry you are. And you already apologized once, besides. We went years not seeing you, not hearing from you, not having any idea what you thought about me. So when I got that painting, it was a huge blow to me emotionally. But talking to you again has reminded me of what kind of person you really are, George. You didn't mean to hurt me. Nope. Honestly, I had no idea what I was doing. Mom said to paint it, so I painted it. And when she told me to send it off to you, I didn't really think anything of it. It never even crossed my mind to think about how you felt out there all alone. The kind of pain you were going through just because of the way you were born. When you're not the one on the receiving end, it's easy to be completely blind to your own actions. It's never even occurred to me that we essentially exiled you, Michelle. Not until it was all over. Really. All I can say is, sorry you got stuck with such a dope forebrother. All I had to do was think about it for a few seconds. 2 seconds, and I would have realized what we were doing. And you know, at the time, I thought, what's it matter if you're a guy or a girl, you're still you. But I was wrong. It's not as simple. I can only imagine someone coming up to me and saying, nah, you're actually a girl. And everyone I care about suddenly not wanting anything to do with me. What a drag that'll be. I'm really sorry, bro. It's okay, George. I forgive you. Thanks. I wanted so badly to see you and Daedalus again, George. And while I didn't get the chance in life, I'm so glad to have the opportunity to talk to you now. To hear the things you never got to say. It pains me to see you reduced to this form, but knowing that is a result of overwhelming regrets. That you were just that desperate to find me again. It warms my heart. What? What on earth was that? Me trying my damnedest not to burst into tears. Oh. I don't think it worked very well though. Does the canvas look wet? Could you feel it for me? I think I'll pass. Not feeling it for brotherly love. Honestly, I'm relieved to see you're still the same George I always knew. Changing ain't really my thing after all. I suppose it is, isn't it? I suppose it isn't. This doesn't sit right with me. What? Why not? You're letting him off the hook too easily, Michelle. I know very well just how much pain that painting caused you. It might as well have been what resurrected me. I've moved past that, though. Make him pay for what he did. Scribble on him. Do what? Scroll your anger all over that ridiculous painting. But I'm not angry. Now that's just a damn fine idea if I ever heard one. You most definitely need to make me pay, Michelle. Here, George. Go on, hit me with everything you got. Scribble away. Even if I wanted to, I have nothing to draw with. Just use your finger and trace, and I'll trace it out for you. Come on, what are you waiting for? He really wants me to draw him, doesn't he? He more than deserves it, Michelle. Bring it on, Michelle. This conversation got bizarre fast. Okay, I'll draw on you. Oh my. Now that is downright ghastly. What? You might actually have potential, Michelle. Voodoo dolls are the last thing I expect from you. 4 of them, at that. And a demonic being alongside them. Oh, I can just feel you burning enter, Michelle. That's not what I drew at all. What? Then what is it? It's not important. It's you guys and a dog. Now that's finished. I think it's time we all took our leave. Oh, can I come too? Well, I might need a little help with that, Michelle. As you can see, walking ain't one of my talents. That's alright, I'll carry you. Careful taking me off my hook. By all means, feel free to drop it, Michelle. I love Morgana. I must say, that is a rather amusing sight. Oh, she's smiling. It's definitely not every day you get to see a full-grown man turn painting being hauled down a spooky hall by a little bro. George. It does make me wonder though. Are you two really brothers? I have a hard time believing you two share even a drop of blood with this obnoxious, loud Michelle. We are brothers, right, George? Whoa, don't you start questioning it too, Michelle. We are absolutely, positively, 100% brothers. Yeah, that's a good point though. We don't even look that much alike. No shocking family plot was here. I've known you since you were a baby, Michelle. Maybe you were secretly illegitimate, George, not me. You're not going to let go of this, are you? I'm just playing with you. Oh my god. You just laughed. Yeah. What? I didn't get to see it. What is it like? Give me all the details. An ordinary laugh. Is the world ending? It's not that big of a deal. I laugh just like everyone else. No, you most certainly do not. Nope, you definitely don't. Well, so much for my tearful reunion with the brother I always knew and loved. Anyway, since we're breaking character here, how about one from our favorite witch too? And no cackling, that doesn't count. Excuse me, why would you want me to? Cause every time I've seen you smile, it's never been about anything good. Plus, now that you've got your face back, you're actually quite the looker. She's gonna hit you. Come on, give me a big old grin. She's gonna hit you. Not happening. Come on. Okay, fine. If you don't want to do it for me, pretend it's for Michelle. What, what do I have to do with anything? You can do it for old Michelle, can't you? Show him those pearly white scrolly. Oh, if you insist, I suppose I can smile for Michelle, but only for him. Excuse me, what's that supposed to be my voice? Because I do not sound anything like that. I'll look at you, all puffing over your cheeks and red in face. George, try not to tease her too much. Ugh. I don't know how anyone can stand you. It's like every word that comes out of your mouth exists solely to ruin the mood. You know, maybe it wouldn't hurt to lighten up a bit. This is the end of a long journey, but that doesn't mean we have to make it a somber and uptight affair. I'm generally not sure how to feel about you, the most somberly uptight man I know, telling me to lighten up. She got a point, but I'm not that bad, am I? Anyways, shall we be off now? That we shall. The witch and her brand of merry men depart. I'm not sure if one person and talking painting constitute as a band. Giselle, I know we'll find each other again. I have faith we will. We cast away this mansion darkness, and then I'll wait your return, no matter how long it takes. Yes, I think it's time we took our leave. Having finished what we set out to do, and retrieved George as well, we make our way to the mansion's entrance hall. The large door stands there, firmly shut, holding in the darkness as it has for countless generations. But that time is almost at an end. The door ready to be opened, to end the cycle, and to begin anew. Being a painter for all these years, I never realized just how big this place was. All I ever got to see was the hallway and maybe a couple doors. I mean, talk about dull, you know. Feel like I'm on an adventure exploring a whole new world. A very dark world. Michelle, would you mind shutting him up? If only it was that simple. Can you blame me for being talkative? It was a lonely life. That would be fine if you had any concept of the appropriate time and place to be chatty. Are you aware of where we are right now? The entrance, by the look of things? Precisely. The end of century-long act of vengeance, but a new feet beyond that door. But a few feet beyond that door. And you're chatting away like it's another day at the court. Try to maintain at least a semblance of gravity if you would. I'm starting to notice you're rather ceremonious, aren't you, Morgana? This is a day to be celebrated. This is a day to be celebrated, not to be stiff and no fun allowed. Are you not at all worried? There's no guarantee any hope lies beyond that door. After all, when the mansion disappears, so too will we. And that is the rightful state of things. Our present forms may cease to exist, but our souls live on. And so long they do, we will eventually return to the world. Let us press onwards, not fearing a temporary end. Well said, Michelle. If I had feet, you'd just sweep me off right off them. George, I'm beginning to wonder what will happen if I threw you at the wall. Now, do not do anything hasty. Oh, for God's sake. You're the guide. So, let's go then, shall we? Morgana's right. There is a severe lack of gravity to the affair. But thanks to George's lackadaisical nature, whatever fear I had is gone as well. His ever playful interactions bring me back to when I was alive. To when it was me and my two brothers. Fond memories of times we had together, of the admiration I had for them, of me chasing after them. Nothing could possibly replace those days, and I'm glad I had a chance to reflect on them, if briefly before the end. I take a few steps forward, stopping just in front of the door, and Morgana steps up beside me. I envision the light that lies beyond it, radiant and white, waiting to rip through the darkness. The light we seek, that we long sought. I take a deep breath, look up at the door, place my hand on the surface, and push it open, welcoming the future it holds. Oh no. Burn the witch. What? Crucify the impure. We take one step back, and then another. What we find outside is not blinding realm of light, but churning blackness and the stench of blood and rust. Metal clanks, rolling louder with each heavy footstep of the approaching night. Who is you? Death to the unholy. 3 days, 3 nights hang upon the cross, purified by the fires of heaven. Death. What's going on? I never summoned this thing. Though we're no longer holding hands, I can feel Morgana's trembling. She is no longer the witch, the once absolute ruler of this domain, but a frightened young girl. Placing my arms around her shoulder, pulling her in. I stare half dumbfounded at the night. It's our holy duty as the knights of the church to deliver punishment unto the heathen who made a pact with the devil. The night draws nearer and nearer, its movements sluggish but constant. Daedalus. Wait, for real? Crucify the witch. Cast judgment upon the demon. Aha. The word witch coming from the delirious ventral phantom mouth proves far more distressful for Morgana than me. Whoa, hold on. What are you doing here? Please come to your senses, Daedalus. I know it's you. Judgment, crucifixion, execution. No, I'm not. I'm not a witch. The night is partially loaded by the dark, riding as media, enveloping him, but he bears the same muscular build as the Daedalus I knew in life. And he's unwaveringly determined to see us executed. Daedalus, this is not how I had hoped our reunion will go, Daedalus. Why, after so very long, is this how the three of us find each other again? Images flashed through my mind. The day I left the Boganer's estate, when Daedalus promised me we would one day meet again. Them each giving me a hug before I climbed into the carriage. First Daedalus, then George. Is this my fault? Is he here because I wish to be reunited with my brothers? Oh no, I made the wrong decision. Do I have a save? Yes, I have a save. Okay. Is this the way fate chose to grant that wish? Burn the witch. Well, look at that. I guess I'm not your only blockheaded brother, huh? George. Before you get any bright ideas, Michelle, it's not your fault for our long-awaited family reunion didn't go quite as planned. Just like me, the curse himself. Only it seems his was a whole lot more powerful. God, I really didn't pay a lick of attention to Ethiopia, did I? The unclean witch must be purified from this world. It's my duty. Hey D, are you in there? I shove a whole lot of crap onto your plate. Keeping up with the family name, taking care of mom. Just about everything I could leave to you, did I? Must uphold the honor of the family name. Then when it's all over, I blamed you for killing our little brother. I was convicted that you could do anything. That you were stronger than anyone. Crucify the witch. I'm sorry, D. Burn the witch. He continues imploding, march forward seemingly unaffected. Is it possible to tell if George's words are getting through to him? Stop, Daedalus, please. And my words don't seem to be either. Daedalus! He's closing in on us, and we're running out of space to retreat. Alright, D, if that's how it gotta be. But just this once, okay? The Knights take another heavy step, merciless step towards us. The exit is right there, but we're back up against the wall. The end was almost within our grasp, and it seems so hopelessly far away now. Please, Daedalus, don't do this. I know you don't actually want to hurt anyone. Daedalus. The knight raises his sword, thrusting it forward with a sword whoosh. Dad. I made the wrong choice. But then, breaking from my grasp, the painting leaps into the air. Oh wait, I didn't make the wrong choice. I'm really sorry. You got stuck with a pair of doleful brothers. George! No! The next second, my eldest brother's blade pierced George! His form wavers momentarily before fading into the darkness, his voice lingering behind. Don't worry about me, Michelle. I got my share of redemption already. I know we can be a bit of a pain. But do for D what you did for me, would you? Now go on, call out to him. Suck in a big old breath. And call out to your brother with everything you got. George, no. It's my duty to punish the impure. To uphold the Borgoner's name. Daedalus. Despite having already stabbed George, the knight continues his march. Blade pointed straight at me. I clenched my teeth, glare at my eldest brother. Running is out of the question. This doesn't have to go on any longer. It's my duty, as the eldest son. You deserve to be free from your bonds as well. Begone from this world. Daedalus! I'm sorry. Daedalus! I shout his name with every ounce of air in my lungs. His eyes goes wide, and the blade swerves off course, missing my heart. Ow. And piercing my guts instead. Daedalus, it's okay, you can let go now. It's not your responsibility anymore. You have no duty to anything anymore. Daedalus, I reach my hand out for my brother. Blood spills from the hole in my abdomen and rhythmic spurs. And I can feel something hot rising in my throat. Oh no, I made a bad choice. But that doesn't stop me. That doesn't stop my hand crawling through the air towards him. He's my brother. I have to do what I can for him. Free him, bring him back. Daedalus, there's nothing here. In need of your judgment. With shaking fingers I clasped my brother's arm. I squeezed, holding on with that vigor remains, what vigor remains, and give another shout. Look me in the eyes, Idler, please. Hear my voice, hear your brother's voice. I can't stand to lose anyone else. If you don't come to your senses, then George's sacrifice will be in vain. It's time for you to break free. For all three of us to be free of the curse we place on ourselves. Idler, please. I hear a sound that's somewhere between a grunt and a gasp. My vision gone blurry, so I blink as hard several times, clearing my eyes to get a better look at him. Idler. I see his face, twisted in anguish. Michelle. Idler? Oh, thank goodness. You heard my voice. I did. I did. Did I do this to you, Michelle? It's nothing. I made the same terrible mistake once more. Idler, I caused you harm. Tempted to take your life. It's alright, Idler. Michelle. Release yourself from the chains that bind you. But those aren't your duties anymore. You don't have to protect the family name. To uphold the order's standards. You can do as you wish. Punish me for my wrongdoing, please, Michelle, punish me. Idler, cast judgment upon me. It's all in the past. Judgment is not necessary for anyone. That doesn't change what I did. I killed you. I hang you from a cross. I must be made to pay for my sins. Punish me, Michelle. I implore you. Idler. I think I know now why you never removed your helm that day. Why you remained silent the whole ordeal. Michelle. You were crying, weren't you? Weeping for me. Your tears are atonement enough for me. Michelle. You bore a great deal of responsibility in life. As the Bolganer's firstborn, you are obligated to protect the family's honor. As a knight of the church, you are tasked with the duty of my execution. You had no other choice. I sincerely believe there was nothing else you could have done. I bear no grudge against you. No resentment for the decisions you were forced to make. And I certainly don't curse you. Let's just forget it all. It's long over and done. Still, it was a mistake I never should have made. I took the life of the purest soul I know. There is no honor in that. Idler. But I put protecting the family name above protecting my actual family. You trusted me, I believe. You believe in me to the very end, and I killed you. Oh, it's like Jacobino. I knew what I was doing. I knew you weren't cursed. I knew you weren't a witch. I knew you weren't a demon child. I knew you were never unclean. You're my brother, you're family. And I rob you of your life. There is no one in this world more unfit to be a knight than me. You don't have to be a knight anymore. You don't have to be the Bolganer's firstborn son. Deciding not to wear those labels won't make you any less of a brother I always loved. I'm honored to have been born into the same family as you. Michelle, there's something I never had the chance to tell you, Idler. In all my life I look up to you, admired you. And I still do even now. If there's a next life waiting for us, I hope we can be brothers again, Didler. Would you mind if I wish for that? No. No, of course. Not, please do. And I hope you'll allow me to wish for the same. I love you, Michelle. My dear little brother. Upon those words, Zeidler's phantom begins to fade away. A white mist that almost looked like it made up of adulterating particles of light rise up around him. And before he's completely enveloped, I catch a glimpse of tears streaking his cheeks. It's the first time I've ever seen him cry. I attempt to give him a smile in return. But if I were to guess, I'll say it probably looks rather forced. The fact that I'm fighting back tears at the same time certainly isn't doing anything to make it convincing. Before he completed faded away, I wrapped my arms around my brother's shoulders, much like he did for me on the day of my exile. Not as an eternal farewell, but as a promise that we'll meet again. Michelle, Didler George, right now in this moment, I have no regrets about having been born to the Bogners. All I have is a great pride, so I pray that one day, maybe 10 or 1,000 years from now, the three of us can be reunited. I've got a number of things going through my mind right now, Morgana. I'm just not sure how to put any of it into words. Don't worry, those words say everything. You can try if you want. I won't mock you, I promise. No, I won't cry. I saved my tears for our reunion. Though, that painting, it didn't have to get itself destroyed. You'd be fine, I'm sure. I have faith. Yeah, but if you die in this world, you die forever. And as you know quite well, wishes do come true. Would you mind giving me a hand, Morgana? I'm going to need a little help getting back up. After a moment's pause, she hesitantly extended her fleshless hand. I clasped the bones, and with her aid pulled myself to my feet. Blood spurred from my gut as I do. There's not much in the way of pain, strangely only creeping exhaustion. I feel like my legs will give out if I so much as give them a chance. Leaning on Morgana, we make our way back to the entrance. You're not going to disappear, are you? Don't worry, Morgana. I won't disappear. Alright. Let's open the door together. Bright light into the world of darkness. Move forward. Start a new brighter. Let's. I take a deep breath. Look up at the door. My eyes on the future. It's time to open the door. Not an ending, but the door to a new beginning. Yeah, there we go. We got light, finally. May the world that awaits us. Be filled with light. Immersed in their blinding light, we press onwards. It's white, in all directions, not the tiniest speck of color to contaminate it. In fact, the concept of direction doesn't seem to exist in this world. Only pure, never-ending white. Actually, no. That's not, that's not right. Now that I consider it, I was thinking of white as the absence of color. But white, the color, fills this plane. It's all disappearing. We made the right choice, didn't we? Yes, this is how it's meant to be. You're a rather impressive man, I hope you realize. Not only did you free the three trapped souls, you also saved your brother. I didn't do any of that alone. Without help, I doubt I would have made it this far. I would have shattered yet again, until nothing was left. And Giselle gave you that strength. She did. So what? You're going to wait here for her. I am. In that condition. I won't let myself disappear before she made it back. Do you remember the warning I gave you in the mansion? About how if a soul is damaged and destroyed, is wholly and utterly erased from existence. Never to return in any shape and form. If you lose so much more blood, that will happen to you. You'll be erased forever. Don't worry, I won't let that happen. If you push yourself too hard, Michelle. I feel like you're hurt in some way almost every time I see you. Though I suppose about half of that would be my doing. You may have caused me some pain, but I also wouldn't be here without you. What? I mean it. If you say so. Besides, I've practically only ever seen you hurt too. I suppose so. Whatever form your soul may assume in your next life, I be praying there's far less pain in it for you. This is why I'll never get along with you. I was always concerned about others. Can I ask you something? If you were to be born again, would you want to be in a fully male body? That is what I've always wanted, so yes, I would. In your next life, if you have one, do you want to see Giselle again? Absolutely, I do. And what if you could only have one or the other? Which would you choose? Do you even need to ask? No, I suppose not. You know, I'm neither a witch nor a saint, just an ordinary powerless soul now. So my wishes aren't likely to cause any more miracles. But I think I'll wish for something anyways. For what? Not telling. Well, I'll be off then. Alright. I didn't think it would be so difficult to come up with parting words. You can say whatever you like. The first thing that comes to mind is fine. Okay, then I'll say to you the same thing I said to them. Farewell, Michelle. Until our soul cross the paths once more, in the boundless sphere of fate. Farewell indeed. If, however, if by some infinitesimally slow chance, we do happen to meet again, you be my friend, Morgana. Absolutely. I wouldn't want it any other way. I'm not a nice person, you know. I'm nothing like the white-haired girl. I'm sure to be off-putting and rude, to cause you much grief and pain. Don't worry, I'm resilient enough to handle the low pain without pulling away. You're as fine as you are. You don't need to change. So let's meet up in our next life and become good friends. Not good friends and not acquaintances either. Just plain friends, understood? Understood. Hehe. I'm rather looking forward to it. Now this is goodbye for real. So I suppose I will part with some uncharacteristic honesty. I'm glad to have you in my life, Michelle. And thank you for everything. Morgana. Farewell. Until our souls cross paths once more. It's so quiet. So unbelievably desolate. Giselle. You endured centuries waiting for me to return. I'll wait right here for as long as I must. I can feel the mansion that gathering place for the departed, fading away. I did it, Giselle. I broke the curse. I cast off the darkness. I saved Morgana, and all the other souls trapped here. I cannot have done it without you. I miss you, Giselle. All I want is to see your face, to hear your voice, to feel your warmth. To tell you how much I love your smile. Where are you, Giselle? I know I said I wouldn't let myself despair until you come back, and I'm wishing with all my might for my body to hold out. But it doesn't seem to be working very well. I'm coming to realize as I grow weaker, that the will of one man is nothing in the face of the will of the universe. Where are you, Giselle? I can't see you anywhere. Oh no. Is Giselle coming back? Or are we gonna be reborn with Giselle? I don't know. Oh, did I make the wrong choice? Please don't tell me I make the wrong choice. I can see right through my hands is oh no. My lower body is already gone. And the rest of it is following. I hope you'll still be able to find me, even without a body. Oh no, I think I made the wrong choice, no. I've lost my voice now, Giselle. I don't have much left to lose. I'm dissolving into the light. Say my name, Giselle. I want to hear you say my name. I'm here, waiting for you. Please don't let this be a bad end, I swear. I swear if you make this into a bad end. Yeah, oh God. I wanted to end this on a good note, so please. Please, come on, come on, come on. Giselle, you had to come out. Come on, Giselle. Where are you, Giselle? Oh God, am I making it true to you even a little? I need you. I can't allow myself to disappear until you return. Come on. Oh, come on, say something, Giselle, okay. Giselle, okay, good, Michelle. Okay, 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 we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Okay. Right. Oh, that's pretty. Finally, I found you. I'm sorry it took so long. Don't worry, Michelle. I know that's you. I always been able to recognize you as no matter what. You don't have to be afraid. I wouldn't have made it out if it weren't for you, Michelle. A ray of light reached deep into the darkness, all the way down to where I was lost. It was a light more radiant than anything I've ever seen. So much I couldn't hold back my tears. You fought so very hard. You broke the mansion's curse, released it from darkness. I was right about you. You are strong, immeasurably so. Can you hear me, Michelle? Yes, please. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting for so long, letting you deteriorate like this. But thank you for waiting. Now it's time for us to return back to our rightful place. So please, Michelle, don't disappear on me. Don't let your soul's flame be extinguished. I beg you, keep holding on. There's still so much I need to tell you. I want to hear your voice. I want to feel your warmth once more. I don't care when, as long as I have that someday. So that means I need you to not disappear on me. Michelle. Michelle. Stay. Stay. Oh my God. I believe in you, Michelle. Come on. I believe you're still in there. You're still holding on. So I ask that one day you will come. Take my hand again. I didn't make the wrong choice, did I? It's the house of Fata Morgana. Oh no. I didn't get a conclusion to that. Michelle Bulk in her age of death. Giselle, age of death. Morgana, age of death. 60. Oh. Takapino, age of death. Yukimasa Ada, oh. Age of death, 25. Melrose, age of death, 17 and 24. Maria Champadella, age of death, 24. Pauline Asama, age of death, 22. Nelly, 14, 6. Oh my god. Titular, age of death, 37. Age of death, 42. Eh, eh, at school. Oh, Flackman here, boy. Hello, is anybody in there? Class is about to start, and last I checked, the teacher never came through the window. Alright, just a second. Oh, he's the teacher. You've been doing that a lot lately, just staring out the window. You've been watching for something or just facing out. There's this girl who is usually out around this time of day. Right over there. See her? That one. Looked like she goes to junior high a few streets down. That's what I thought. Look at her hair. Is that flaxing? Oh no. It's almost the exact same color as mine. Please, no. I can't get her out of my mind. Oh, really? If you're that interested right now, go have a chat sometimes. I don't know. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Obviously, you gotta go with the old classes. Hey, baby, you wanted to get some ice cream? And okay. What year is this? Wait, what year is this? That sounds like a great way to get slapped. Yeah. I'm trying to pick her up. You're lying to yourself, man. No, I don't know, like, I'm curious, like, what? If, and I'm curious of what makes your head works. Cause it sure ain't what everyone else runs on. Now get moving. Time's for class. Wait, I'm coming. I wonder what her name is. Nelly. Fuck me, hey girl. Hey, did you hear about the new ice cream shop that just opened? What year is this? Ice cream shop that opened by the bus stop. I did. I heard their mint is super good too. Ah, no, I want to try it. What do you say you want to go check it out? Let's go. Get some of that mint with a big pile of chocolate chip. Oh, now you make me want ice cream. Oh man. Oh, I know, I got a double scoop. Nice. Ah, that sounds amazing. I'm going to get a double one too. I bet the lines are going to be crazy. We gotta get going or, what is it? Oh no. There's a cute boy who goes to school there. I think we just lock eyes for a second. Oh, what he's like? A prince. A princess, seriously. You don't be making fun of princess now. Prince, no, okay. You're not 9, you're 14. And you still haven't grown out of your fairy tale phrase. Like how, oh my god. Just you wait, one of these days I'll meet the real friends and then you won't be laughing anymore. If you ever be able to get a real prince attention. Hey, that's not very nice. Jerk blockhead meanie. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's Nelly. Come on, let's get going. Oh, fine. I'll show you one day. That is my prince. Who's this? Man, we couldn't be luckier to have a talented engineer like yourself assigned to our branch. Black-haired man, Yuki Masa. You give me too much credit, sir. You don't give yourself enough credit. I've seen your record and come high you come highly recommended from HQ. I've got high hopes for you. The higher your hopes, the greater the fallout when I make a mistake, which frightens me. What you call a mistake is what we generally refer to as a great accomplishment. I don't think I ever met anyone as close to the perfect human being as you. I am far from perfect. You Japanese really are humble a lot, aren't you? So he is Yuki Masa. Ah. What is it? I thought I saw a woman I recognize. We got a lot of tourists from your parts of the world here. She's not Japanese. No, I must have been imagining it. This is my first time in France, after all. Pauline, maybe, probably, somewhat, hopefully. Black-haired woman, the art museum, shopping. Blonde-haired shopping. How can you take a vacation to France and not want to see the art? We're here all day yesterday, and you agreed before we left the day we would be shopping. That was before I realized just how big it was. Just how many beautiful paintings they had on display. There's no way one day is enough to see it all. One whole day of my vacation bored out of my skull. It's not like you can eat the stuff, so what good is it anyways? Please. How about this? We go to a different museum. No art this time. Oh, what kind of museum, if you don't want to look at art? A torture museum. Who's the blonde girl? I think I hate you. Oh, the blonde Maria. Lighten up. You telling me you don't want to see centuries of torture devices from all around the world? Absolutely not. Then we stick to the plan and go shopping. Oh, have it your way. But you didn't have to be so. Watch out behind you! What? Wait, what? God damn, that hurt! Oh, I'm sorry. Man, learn to watch where you're walking, why don't you? If you don't, if you're so desperate to make a damn ruckus, go find a cafe out somewhere. Well, excuse me. I apologize, Sensei. No need to be such a digwad. Have you ever heard of talking, or is yelling the only thing you're capable of? This is why I can't stand tourists. Have some damn consideration for the people who aren't here just to fool around. For the love of God. The hell got your panties in the... He's gone, and he's gone. That was sure something. Something is right. And the sufferable asshole more like it. Burn in hell, motherfucker. Anyway, that's I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. That's just your imagination. Wavy hair man. Is this Yuki? No. Jacob? You there, the paper. Good lord. The stock market is a damn mess. What a nightmare. The tourists don't know how to shut up. The French are a bunch of stuck-up snobs. The pizza is awful, nobody knows how to make spaghetti. Maybe I should just pack my bags and forget it all. What the hell is this? An article about the human voice. Scientists are studying the effect of certain frequencies in the human voice to have on the brain. Keep this mumbo jumbo out of the paper, oh my god. Save it for some paranormal or science magazine. Back to the stock page. Ah, Damn it, the wind got my hat. What's wrong with today? I believe this is yours. Yeah. Thank you. The pleasure is mine. Have a nice... Hold on a minute. Hold on a second. Yes? Also, before I say anything, I'm not trying to hit on you. But don't get the wrong idea. Uh, uh... Now, have we met before? We have, yes. When and where? A long, long time ago. Much too long for you to remember. Excuse me? Our paths crossed in a mansion many years ago. Morgana? I'm glad to see that you haven't changed a bit. I'm not particularly in the mood for jokes and for supernatural nonsense today. I'm quite serious. Oh, that's not Morgana, this is Giselle. One more question. Do we have any shared acquaintances? We do, yes. Though I cannot say whether she is here or not. Hopefully you have the chance to cross paths with her. I too am looking for someone. Have a good day, sir. Yeah, goodbye. So I guess that was... There are memories. Memories ingrained in my soul. Over the years, they have grown gradually more distinct. And now at the age of 21, I remember everything. Were I to tell this to anyone, they would think I'm me mad. So I kept it to myself my whole life. Giselle's theme. I remember many ages ago there was a mansion. There I met and lost someone dear to me. There I waited for him to return. I remember all the centuries I spent waiting. And I remember he almost lost his soul trying to save me. I am once again waiting for him, making my way to where that mansion once stood. A single red rose in hand. A rose containing all my hopes and dreams, my love. A prayer that might one day reach you. Rose, make a wonderful gift after all. I probably sound like I'm out of my mind. Waiting for a man who exists only in my memories. A man who's in my 21 years of life never once even caught a glimpse of. But that doesn't matter, because I know how much he means to me. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I will wait. I will trust the memories burned into my soul. I don't know when he'll show up, or if he even will. Maybe we will meet in this life. Maybe I'll wait until I grow old and die. But should that happen, I'll continue waiting for you in my next life. And one after that, if I have to. I'll always be waiting, no matter how long it may take, how great the obstacles that stand in my way, or what form you may assume. Yeah, that was Giselle. I'll wait as long as it takes. Another 100, another 1,000 years. So just promise you will come back for me. Michelle. Oh no. I feel like I made a bad choice. Oh, that's the end. Oh no, please don't tell me I got the bad end. Uh, art by Moya Sarato. I'm gonna butcher these names. I'm not gonna say anything, but thank you for everybody here for making this game. It's a visual novel. Well, I'm just gonna look up what ending I got. Oh, I could just wait until House in Fata Morgana. Or I could just wait and see. Oh my god, please tell me I got the correct ending. Well, correct ending. A good ending. Let's just say I got a good ending. And if not, I will try to replay tomorrow and see if I could get a better ending. Endings. Let's see. How many endings are there? I got the true ending. Ending 8. So I got the good ending. I think. They never said it was a good ending, I said it was the true ending. And there is no good ending. Thank you for flying. Wait. Wait, it's not over. I don't think so. There's a sound. It's not over, is it? Okay, it's over. Don't worry. Oh, this is Michelle. You don't have to wait any longer. Get out of here, Mouse. Mouse, you're ruining it. Cursor, you're ruining it. Giselle. I'm here for you. Damn it, no, Cursor, you're ruining everything. Oh, butterflies. Oh, that's so cool. Hey, my dude got... Oh, I was gonna say you got a haircut, but that's not true. There are memories ingrained in my soul. I remember there once stood a mansion here, in which many tragedies took place, in which a great pain was suffered. Much of what happened in those walls was unspeakable, but there are events I should have never forgotten, because amidst the misfortune, I attained something irreplaceable. Giselle. There's so much I have to say, so much I want you to know, but I'm sure I have plenty of time to get to all of that. So for the time being, allow me to say this. Giselle. Your smile is the light of my life. I want to spend my days with you. With that smile always at my side. And nothing to get in our way. Ending 8, Fata Morgana. Our Father, who art in heaven, O no, hallowed be thy name. I ask of thee, O Father, bestow upon their soul thy blessings. Okay, I thought she was gonna curse them again. Oh, this is so cool! It changed the title screen, yeah.